Hello, hi, and welcome. I've actually turned my mic on this time. Hope everyone's doing really well. Hope everyone's having a good day. Hope everyone's having a good old time. So it's been a week since the last stream. Didn't do a retro stream in the middle of the week this time. I wasn't feeling too well on Wednesday. Was kind of had a bad throat. That's why there wasn't any videos up on Wednesday, but there was 2 up on Thursday. That seemed to upset some people. You know, that's the way that things are on YouTube, it seems. But yeah, hey Greg, hey Ryan, and hey to Mikey, and anyone else who is lurking out there. So yeah, today we are going to be going through Doom 2 on the Xbox 360. Excuse me. So, Doom on the Xbox 360 was fun, and we did that 2 weeks ago. Last week we did the multi-world with Yoshi Chief. Yoshi Chief was really kind in letting us kind of play along with them. Hey YS Bunny, how you doing? So, we're doing Doom 2 this week, and yeah, there's not much else to really say other than let's get into it. Why is that disappeared? So we're supposed to now playing. It's actually supposed to have the Doom logo. It's supposed to have like Doom 2's logo, but unfortunately it seems to have disappeared. Give me a second. That's going to bug me if I don't fix that. But yeah, I hope everyone's doing really well. But yeah. So it's been, like I said, it's been an interesting week on the channel. Some stuff I'll talk about, some stuff I won't go into because, frankly, it was all stupid, and I don't really fancy bringing negative stuff into the "you're now playing nothing." Yeah. So for some reason, it didn't show the image in the corner, and the thing is, if I don't fix that, I know I'm just going to get really annoyed by it. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to quickly upload it. There we go. Now it's big. Now it's way too big. Welcome to how I construct my windows here on Twitch. There we go. There we go. It says Doom now. It's fixed. Hooray. So yeah, we're going to be playing some... Doom 2 here. Now the thing with Doom 2 is that it came out in 2010. It's a bit of a weird one on the Xbox 360 because it comes with its own episode. We're not going to be covering that today, but we will be in a future sort of stream. It's doing that thing again. Interesting. Anyway. So what we're going to do is going to do this, and I'm just going to play it through here. So yeah, Doom 2 on the Xbox 360. What more could you possibly ask for? Well, you know, depends what you want from your Doom experience, I guess. Just gonna do audio balance checking here. Because the music is a bit boomy in this version. Just gonna lower that down a tiny bit. Right, let's go. Oh, I've not got it on the right difficulty. It would help if I had it on the right difficulty. I suppose it's pretty alright. Yeah, this one's pretty fine. I think it's hard to be annoyed at this port because it's just bringing Doom into the HD era. I think as you can see, No Rest for the Living is the second episode here. Probably Final Doom, but only PlayStation PC were allowed to have that one. This port was very good for its time. It was. I like this port, so I don't have any real issues with this one. Again, it's not letting me have a video frame layer, whatever. I'll just play it like this. But yeah, this was good for its time. I think that it gets a lot of flack now because I think people are kind of used to ports that are closer to the PC original, but I think the fact that this was quite unique is pretty interesting. I will say the pitch shifting in this one is quite aggressive, so you do kind of have to be ready for that. Yeah, the biggest issue with sports is the music is pitched down. Yeah, and I'd also say like some of the pitch shifting noises were a bit aggressive, in my opinion. But that was a problem with all of these ports around this time. They really went in on the pitch shifting. Get rid of you. I still remember helping me with these achievements. I did. I helped you out with these, didn't I, Yoshi? How you doing? How you doing? Again, like I said at the start of the stream, thank you for having us last week with the multi-world. It was really, really fun. I think next time we do a multi-world on stream, we need to make sure that we keep it a bit within our ambitions. I think we were a bit over-ambitious with how much we put into the multi-world. Pleasure. Really fun. Would love to do another. I remember beating my first version of Doom on emulator for Genesis and didn't know any better. The biggest issue... Yeah, like I said, it's not that big a problem. It's more just a funny thing, really, isn't it? Cool. And also, this version gets the pills. Yeah, so unfortunately, this is the first version that was blessed with the infamous pills on the medkits. You can. That's a limitation of the Doom engine itself. But interestingly, I'm playing this version backwards compatible through the Xbox One. So it's funny because this is the Xbox 360 version of this game, but it's not the. I'm not playing it on actual Xbox 360 because I've not got that set up at the minute. But it's just fascinating to me that Microsoft went and made this backwards compatible. That. Also, I kind of like how that health bonus is like too close to the wall here, so it sort of steps up. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I hope everyone's had a good week. I hope everyone's doing really well. I wish I could play that version but delisted. Yeah, and it's like with the PS3 version. It's like I wanted to play that for years, and I only recently was able to make it happen through some shenanigans. Yeah, exactly. They made it backwards compatible, and then they literally were like, well, we've got new versions here for you to play. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's funny because, like, they didn't even need to make this backwards compatible, but they did. And it's just... They've treated Doom very weirdly over the years. I mean, very well, but very weirdly. In equal measures. By the way, how's the audio balance? Can you hear me over the game audio? Technically a secret fourth version of Doom 2 if you count BFG. Yeah, although, as people keep telling me, though, that version's basically the same as this version, so it's like, I don't really say that anymore. Because I used to say that, and then people got a bit annoyed about me saying it. It does have Wolfenstein 3D. It's the BFG edition that takes it, that strips out all the weird imagery. The reason the health bonus is weird is because the map coordinates were shifted. Yeah, that's also why there's a shotgunner in the wall over here. Oh yeah, I got the red key, didn't I? I did. But yeah, Doom 2 is a good time. Like, it's really hard to mess up Doom 2. Even on Game Boy Advance, Doom 2 is a good go to Betray. So the thing is, I'll show you before we leave this level. You can't actually... Betray is actually in the WAD, but it's actually been disconnected from the level set, so you can't actually access it unless you're playing on with a hex editor, is my understanding of that. Unless you're using a hex editor, not playing with a hex. Why would you play with a hex editor? No, so Excess Bunny, the Betray level is in this WAD, but you can't get to it. can't think of any other FPS that has so much RNG. Crispy Doom actually re-enables. I didn't know that. But yeah, I'll show you in a second because it's literally no trouble at all. Kill these guys. So if you come to this wall over here, this is where you click to go to Betray. Now you'll notice that when we kind of click around, he doesn't actually hum when we click against this wall here. But he does on the other side. Nice of them to spur on the horror. Agreed. It's Betray is definitely an acquired taste. In BFG, it just reloads the map. Yeah, but as you saw there, he didn't hump. So, like, when I was rubbing his face against the wall, clicking it, he wasn't actually reacting to it. So there was obviously something there, but it didn't do anything. Yeah, Doom 2 on Xbox 360, this was a fun version. I remember getting this when it came out. I was really excited for this. I turned it down just a touch because it was. So the problem with those levels is they're not very good. Like, they're not very good levels, and also they kind of break. They also are kind of bad enough that they stand out really badly. So if you end up at those levels by accident, you're probably going to wonder to yourself, what the heck have you stumbled into? But yeah, I don't think that... I personally don't really mind if they put them in or not, because they were only put in as little Easter eggs anyway. They weren't meant to be like proper experiences. They were just the person who was making the Xbox version of Doom put them in as little Easter eggs, which is really cool, but also really, really awkward when they stand out so badly. Let's go. Oh, wait, I forgot the thing. You know what? It's not worth it. There's a little backpack we can get with ammo in it, but I don't usually go for it. Yeah, I just because like of the way they were put in, I don't consider them proper like levels. Like, but then again, I am doing a ranking of all the Ultimate Doom levels, and I am including sewers. So you know, maybe I consider them official on some level. I bet Divinity should include a better version of Betray that doesn't have pain flaws. What's your opinion on the newer Dooms? They're a nice evolution. I don't play the new Doom games, to be honest. It's a personal choice. It's not because I don't like them or anything. It's just, you know, it's just the way it is for me. Huh. Interesting. I was going to do something very quickly here. Yeah, so that's... Oh, interesting. I'm loving the teletext layout. Oh, thank you, Pure Baldness. I'm glad you like. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the teletext aesthetic. If you don't know what teletext is, by the way, it was a thing in the UK. I think the US had it. So if you're in the US, I'm sure there was a version of it floating around over there. Yes, you are correct, Bunny. You are correct. Look at that. But yeah, no, you are right, Bunny. That intermission screen does get used in No Rest for the Living. Made me appreciate the originals a bit more. I still love them. Yeah, so I don't hate the new Doom games. I've played 2016 all the way through. I've played most of Eternal. I've not played the new one, the Dark Ages. To be honest, I'm gonna give it some time just because I feel like I won't appreciate it right now. And also I might do it on the channel. I might play it for the first time on the channel in a little bit. So, you know, I just want to keep options open on that front. Hey, 2-7 for you. How you doing? How you doing? Most countries had some sort of version of it. It was called CFAX and Teletext in the UK. Oh. I used to love Bamboozle on Teletext, though it was a bit too young to know the answers. So there used to be a page on Nickelodeon 295. It was the cheat zone, and you could write in to get your cheats. And I remember I used to send in letters so I could get cheats. I think it was Nickelodeon. That was really dumb of me. I'm not quite sure why I did that. The ITV-C4 teletext was Oracle. Nice. Awesome. We were just stuck with the usual 4 to 5 channels. I much prefer the older Dooms. Back when I played the on the 386, now I have a lot of Brutal Doom, and the best wads of the year is GZ Doom. Rock hard. Yeah. And hey, Whiskey, welcome, welcome. Teletext is like a fever dream for me. Yeah, I think it's a fever dream for everyone. It's kind of crazy. That's how we used to kind of get a lot of our information. You had to mail stuff back then. Nowadays, it's mostly done through the internet and mailing. Yeah, no, see, so they had a service where... I'm going to save it, by the way, because in case there's a crash or something. Yeah, you used to have to mail in, and you used to have to request, like, cheats. I know it sounds sad, but I asked if there was any cheats for SimCity 2000. That was one of my... And I remember, like, they actually did it. They actually put it up, and I was so happy because, like, I used to love SimCity, but I used to be so bad at it. I'm gonna have to wait for the numbers to tick over. Yes, I remember BBS on Amiga 500. Nice, nice. I've never played Amiga, sadly. So, my first console was the Master System, and it wasn't mine, it was my... I don't know if it was my dad's or my older brother's. It was one of them. Wasn't a cheat. Power to the people. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. And also, you could put Alt FUND into the loan screen, and it would give you like a really good loan. Thank you. I love the new Doom so much. They revitalized my interest in the brand on the whole. It was Quake 3 Addict, so the Mon Doom scratch that edge. Yeah, the Mon Dooms really do kind of like... They really do kind of lean into the Quake. And I like that. It's just a shame that they've kind of killed Quake in the process. But, you know, I guess you can't have everything. My first proper computer was a C64. Good times, loads. So I did. I have one of those retro C64s downstairs. It's like one of the, the small ones with all the games preloaded onto it. Someone, I think it was my dad, got me that for Christmas a few years back, and I've never actually used it. But I might put it on one day because I've never played a C64. Before Quake was already dying. Quake was dying because no one actually knew what to do with the franchise. Like, one thing that people in the chat kind of do a lot, they say there was 4 Quake games, but there was actually the Quake Enemy Territories game, and I'm sure that no one remembers that game other than me. Yeah, it's nice to have. I've never actually used it, but like I might one day kind of pull it out of its box and make good use of it. I bought Quake ET. So did I. Like, I bought it back in the day because I was like, you know what? This looks quite fun. It was nothing like Quake. It was nothing like the Quake I was used to, but, you know, I didn't hate it. Yeah, people forget that Quake had an Enemy Territories spin-off. I should do a video on it sometime, because I still have it. I still have it in my bag of games. I remember Enemy Territories, also Quake Champions isn't bad. I used to play Quake Champions. I can't... Was it on Xbox 360 I played it? I remember it was on Xbox 360 for a little bit, and I remember... Was it Quake Champions or was that Quake Arena? I can't remember. Oh no, it was Quake Arena. Sorry, I'm getting mixed up between the games. Quake Arena 50. Yeah, that's it. I played that for a little bit. That was fun. Champions, I played a little bit. I've not played too much of it. It just didn't scratch that itch for me. Quake 3 was on Xbox Live Arcade, I think. So interestingly, Quake 2 was on the Xbox 360, but you had to buy Quake 4 and get the bonus disc with it. So it's really interesting that they never brought that officially to the Xbox 360. That was also dead on arrival due to a major connection issue with a small studio closed before they could give it a patch it needed. There's Quake Live as well, which arguably is just another version of Quake 3. QA, I realized I'm playing Quake 3 on 360. How does strafe jump work? Yeah, I've played quite a lot of the Quake games. I like Quake as a series. The only reason I've not covered it on the channel yet is because I'm still debating how I want to go about doing Quake videos. But Quake, so much like with Wolfenstein, I'll probably get round to covering Quake eventually because, you know, it makes sense. People like Quake who watch the channel, and I like Quake, so there's a lot to talk about with it. It was technically impressive. First game to be able to do 1080p before the XD could output to 850. Yeah, and I have that as well. I'm tempted to do a video about that sometime because I think a lot of people forget that even exists. It also Articus. It was one of those. It was the only game I remember where it had achievements, but they all had 0 value. So you could get achievements, but they unlocked and added nothing to your gamer score. If I'm remembering that one rightly. Because I used to love getting achievements, and I remember hating that. I'm surprised your video on Duke Nukem recently didn't mention they live, which is what Duke is based off of. I mean, so I try to make when I'm making videos, I try to focus them in a more general direction. Just because I don't like to overload them with too much information because I get told off in the comments when people say like I sort of lose my train of thought. So what's that? So I'm trying to be more careful about overloading videos with information that people don't really want. Got the plasma rifle. Ah yes, Microsoft very stringent about things being 200 or 1,000 points back then. But yeah, there's so much to talk about with Duke Nukem as a series. It's just a shame that, you know, it's pretty much like in the ground at the minute. Did not grab the blue key there. It is, and it's interesting. It's nice that they put that it was even put out in the first place because they didn't really need to do it. Duke Nukem 3D's add-ons were all big box like live speech. They were, and you know what annoys me? As a kid, I was never able to play them. But once at the car boot sale, I saw it was being sold, and I really, really wanted it. But my mum wouldn't buy it for me. So I pestered her for like the next like hour or two when we were wandering around, and she eventually was like, "Okay, let's go back and buy it." And it was gone when we got back, and I was so annoyed at her. I was so annoyed at her for not letting me have that. I'm just going to shut my window. Give me a second. Unfortunately, I live with an alley round the back, and sometimes the local kids go out there and play football. They think the little Harlands. Yeah, no, I was so annoyed, and I remember that to this day because that's the first time I'd ever seen that like in person, and I wanted it. And like my mum wouldn't buy it for me, and my dad eventually was like, let's go back and get it. Okay, why am I sucking so much at making this run? Okay, there we go. Wasn't that difficult? I'm sorry to hear about that. My mum and dad generally didn't care. The only one who cared about my age, me playing games, was my nan. My nan would not let us play Doom when she was in the house. She thought it was she did not appreciate Doom. She did not appreciate what Doom was trying to do. One game I was allowed to play was Unreal Tournament. Oh, nice. Was that on the original Xbox or was that on PC? I played Unreal Tournament on the original Xbox. It was fun. It was fun. The only one I had was Duke It Out in DC. I really want to do videos about those packs, but the problem is like I want to do something interesting with them. I don't just want to sort of do walkthroughs of them. One game. I personally care as long as I didn't watch Corn. Pretty much, yeah. That's like I said, my mum and dad were really good about it. They didn't care. I think my mum just didn't understand computers. She doesn't really understand computers now, but she definitely didn't understand it back then. If I had the money, I would buy the big box versions of some of these games. Hey Martin, hey from Spain, long live Doom. Hey, I hope you're having a good one. the levels from the original game. I mean, that was an AMD K6 software rendering, but later. Nice, nice. I would get tossed my PC boxes. I kept them for a long time, decided to let them go. If I had the money, I would buy the big box PC games. It's just, I don't really have the money right now for it. Maybe one day. It's something I'd love to do. The random pitch shift sounds were a nice idea, but why is it like twice as shrill or deep as deep? So it's not just that as well. Like, it's everything is pitch shifted in this version. So it's like the doors pitch shift, the enemies pitch shift. It's and then like in the BFG edition, it's even more aggressive. I think I am convinced the BFG edition is way more aggressive on that. And hey, German, how you doing? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. I moved on now. Now I collect vinyl records. That's fair. My dad used to have a vinyl record player, but I was never allowed to touch it. Oh, hello. Goodbye. Goodbye. But yeah, so we didn't actually own the big box for Doom 2 back in the day on PC. My dad's friend from work literally brought it over on a floppy disk and installed it. So, whoops. That was the first time we owned a big box for Doom was the Ultimate Doom, and we got that like years later. I have multiple later big box games, which is super collectible now. They got chucked out. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear. That's unfortunate. The Revenant. The Revenant sounds so weird. Excellent. There we go. Sometimes I don't get that on the first time. Sometimes it takes multiple attempts. I'm convinced Revenants have always been OP. It's funny that Crispy Doom lets you just turn on pitch shifting sounds if you want. So don't get me wrong, I don't hate all the pitch shifting sounds, but I think in these ports and the BFG edition ports, they just go so aggressive. So aggressive. And when I was playing that PS3 version recently, it was like, it was just everywhere. You couldn't escape like the pitch shifting. Almost Worms, the direct goes like 200 quid now. Gosh, you main team girlfriend doesn't understand Doom's appeal. I can't explain it either. Hey Ships and Craig, how you doing? How you doing? And I hope you're both having a good day there. They could have just given different monsters different pitches, like the chain gunner having a deeper voice than the shotgunner. They went overboard. Yeah, and I think it's just because, like, because if you play the original Xbox version, that's the version that really kind of starts off the whole thing of like pitch shifting. Because I know it was in the game originally, and then it was sort of turned off. But then in the original Xbox version, it sort of starts creeping in, and then in this version, it just kind of goes overboard. I think you can turn it on and off in the modern ports as well now, so I think they've kind of understood. Oh. That was not nice. We are going to run over this gap. We survived. I bought Worms on Big Box. I had Worms on PS1. I had Worms on well, not me, my brother had it. But yeah, I remember we used to play Worms all the time on PS1. Good times. There we go. Worms Armageddon was really good. Didn't play much other than that and the Amiga one. So we had the original one on PS1. Used to love that game. Excellent. Kill you. The funniest thing with this room was trying to figure out how to do this no hit for that video I put out the other week. Trying to do this room no hit was an absolute torture, let me tell you. Cool. Just looked it up. Apparently it was an experimental feature that they accidentally removed. The console port fixed it. And by fixed it, you mean made it 10 times worse, to the point where they had to take it back out again. Because I know it was in the original DOS version, and then it went away, because people were very quick to point that out in one of my videos. Shotgun reload sounds odd in this version too. It's like permanently pitched down. Yeah, the sounds are the big difference in this version. Excuse me? Excuse me? We're just taking our time. This is not a speed run, by the way. If you're here for a speed run of this, you are in the wrong stream. We'll finish this today. I have no doubt about it. But I'm going to be taking my time getting to the end. Ooh, okay. I want. I need that, thank you. I needed that urgently. The Arachnotrons. Excuse me. You have hung around too long. Very good aim. Thank you. Reserve power refilling your health is really nice. I actually love the deep shotgun sounds. It makes it sound really beefy. Yeah, so I actually like the sound it makes when it reloads in this version. I don't have an issue with that. Of all the pitch shifting that goes on in this one and all the changes to sounds, that's not one that bothers me. I don't think I realized Berserk lasted all level until. Yeah, so the Berserk lasts all level even if like the red disappears off the screen. Cool. Super Shotgun Fire plus Arachnotron Death is the best sound combo. Best sound card for Doom. I don't really bother with that, but like I know some people get particular about it. So, because there was someone. This is like how peculiar some people get in my video comments. Someone got annoyed because I didn't have the right sort of music setting for Doom 2, and they got really annoyed about it, and I was like, okay, I don't really know what you want me to do about that. That's what Crispy Doom at the time offered. The music in this version is also interesting. As I mentioned in the PS3 video, the final Doom versions of these musics, terrible. All of them terrible. I'm probably going to do a video about that at some point because, like, TNT in particular, its soundtrack gets absolutely minced and ruined by the this interpretation. Gravius ultrasound, surely. But yeah, the plan is to do a video about the PS3 version of TNT, because that's probably the most interesting version of the lot, because they clearly didn't spend too much time on it. They were clearly kind of, it was very much a last minute project. Oh, there we go. Just making sure it wasn't too loud, because it was jumping up and down there for a second. I would like to rebuy a DOS PC as well. That's one of my long-term aims, is to get a proper DOS PC to run DOS games off. Let's grab the backpacks. But yeah, the TNT interpretations that kind of use this sound font are not great. They're really, really not great. I'm going to let the Cyber Demon do his thing here. Drink. The best kind of break is the one that isn't really a break. Hey Adam, welcome. I mean, that's fair. Everyone's got their own kind of like desires for music, haven't they? Whoa. Okay. The Cyber Demon did all the hard work there. Wow. Okay. So the Cyber Demon actually lost in the end to all the barons there. How cute. So the reason I'm coming over here is because I can do this. Oh yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Why have I not got the super shotgun out? Oh yeah, so this version doesn't have a weapon wheel either, so you kind of have to shuffle between the... You have to shuffle between the weapons like that. I'll admit MIDI can sound wildly different depending on the hardware, but it's not a good format if you want consistency. Good point. That's actually very true. I think that may be why that person got upset on my video. Because it wasn't quite to their liking. BFG, thank you very much. So I can't remember who taught me this trick. I'm going to save here. So if you do that, you can see here the wall actually drops down and it just lets you kind of go to the end, which I think is pretty cool. I didn't know that until fairly recently, but that's kind of how I prefer to do that now when I'm playing on consoles. You switch weapon types with the D-pad. Let me try. Yeah, so you can use the D-pad to switch weapons. Yes. Yeah, I'm pushing up and down on the D-pad here, and you can see it is moving between my weapons. Checks Quest 3 makes the rockets not hurt the user. Well, I didn't know that. That's really odd since it kills you if you fall. It does. See, I didn't know that until recently either, but I learned stuff from people in the comments, which is really cool. It's always nice to learn new things about games you've been playing for like 3 decades. Good BFG shot. Good BFG shot. I'm trying to make sure my BFG shots actually do something. Eviternity 1, 2 have absolute banger midis. Yeah, so I use Eternity's soundtracks in my videos. I use a lot of Doom midis because they're pretty cool for setting the theme for Doom videos. But yeah, I use the Eternity soundtrack, and I use I'll check in a second. By the way, I admire the ability of these pain elementals to absolutely not be able to do anything at the minute. But yeah, the Doom soundtracks that people make, they're so amazing. So much dedication, effort. It's really, really cool. We love you, Lost Soul Limit. We do. We love you, Lost Soul Limit. protecting me in this level. This is the only console version of Doom where you can switch all weapons with the D-pad. Really? Huh. See, I don't really use the D-pad on the 360. The 360's D-pad is pretty garbage, so I kind of trained myself not to use it unless I had to. Okay. Okay, this has gone wrong. This has gone wrong. It's fine. No, 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 no. No, 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 it's all gone wrong. Oh god, I remember the 360 D-pad. It was awful. Yes, and it didn't get better as the console aged up. Like they tried redesigning it a few times, and every time it was just as bad, just as spongy. It does, Bunny. It does. How's the D-pad in the newest iteration? So I'm using an Xbox One pad to play this on my, because I'm playing this through backwards compatible on Xbox 360 on Xbox One, and yeah, the D-pad's fine. Like, it's nowhere near as spongy as the 360 one. Just a second, I have a 360 pad around here somewhere. There we are. So I have a 360 pad here, and you can see if you look at the D-pad on it, it's very spongy. It's very like, you don't get very precise controls on it. If you try rolling your fingers like from the center, it doesn't always give you that accuracy. And that was one of the problems with the 360 controller. Like, it was forever inaccurate, especially when you were trying to do fighting games. Fighting games were like a nightmare on the 360. The Xbox Series D-pads. Yeah, so the Xbox Series pad, like you can see, it's got more of a click to it, and I think that's better. I think that's why it's better to use. I think that's why they did a better job with the Xbox One pad. Thank you, bro. About I'd stick with D-pad well. Yeah, no, so like trust me, I was there like when the 360 came out, and I remember how bad it was. People hated the D-pad on the 360 with quite a passion. I think I remember they fixed it on the Pro series, because you could buy like a Pro console and it actually gave you a good D-pad, but you had to pay like 100 quid for it. It was so stupid. So stupid. Like, Microsoft's so stupid sometimes. But yeah, I would play this on the Xbox 360, but I have my 360 disconnected at the minute, so I didn't think it was worth, because this is basically the same. It's the exact same experience you get on if you played it on Xbox 360. It's very faithful. Yeah, my 8-bit was 50 quid compared to Series 2 Pro 160. Yeah, I recently picked up a game to replace my Series pad. It's really nice. Yeah, I think I think it's just a case of Microsoft didn't really have like a proper D-pad design down. And obviously, like, when they finally did, they were like, well, let's put it on the Pro controller. It makes more sense. But yeah. I use the D-pad on the Xbox One pad to play Tekken, so it can't be that bad. Hey, Bugnative, how you doing? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. HUKD had a deal for GameSir controller. Don't know if it's any good. So, I mean, I stick to official controllers usually, but obviously, if people want to try, there's nothing to stop them trying the new controllers. Hello. I'm gonna leave that imp to wallow in the misery. I'm not gonna do anything with them. I'm just gonna let them sort of fester there. Sega Saturn has the best version of Rayman on it. Interesting you say that. I've been looking at maybe doing a Rayman video, Rayman 1 in particular, on Retro Hour. I think that's a game that I really want to cover on the channel in some form. So I might play the Sega Saturn version, although I've never actually played it properly. Doesn't that have the MIDI soundtrack? I think, isn't that the version with the MIDI soundtrack that people are 50-50 on? About $100 Canadian for the new official wireless Xbox controller. Microsoft are like so bad. I like Microsoft, but well, I like some things Microsoft does. I don't like a lot of things Microsoft does these days. But then that's why I don't buy new games. So they don't really get my money anymore. 3DO, PSX, Saturn, PC, but PC was awful. The music made the game. Yeah, and also, like, Rayman 1's such a difficult game, you kind of need the music to get through the difficult parts. Bad controls for siblings, no longer a thing for sure. Hey, who didn't own a Mad Catz controller that had a dodgy button on it or two? I remember we had a PlayStation 1 controller that was garbage. I remember that no one wanted to use that whenever we pulled out the PlayStation. I completed on Rayman on PSX. Oh, excellent. I think Rayman has not only MIDI music. Nice. I know there's a version of Rayman where the music's very different. Did you ever play the Game Boy Advance version of Rayman 1? That was something. I used to have Rayman on Game Boy Advance. Oh my god. I love the Game Boy Advance, but some of the games on that, you had to suffer. You had to suffer. I hated the Game Boy Advance. The battery is so bad on it. I can appreciate that. I have a Game Boy Advance SP behind me on the shelf, and I use sometimes when I'm playing Pokemon. And yes, I do play Pokemon. You can't stop me. At this point, it's too much. It's too much to give up. Oh no. The Revenant's being away, it means that the enemies are going to come through the walls. I don't like that. I'm being very careful here not to shoot the wrong walls. Oh, there we go. What I said was going to happen has happened. The revenants are coming through the walls. Okay, so I knew I could hear them awake, and usually when that happens, that this is what happens. They come running into this room. Oh, there's one behind me. I can see it. I just saw him. I knew that was going to happen. I knew that was going to happen. That's the worst part. How did I miss that rocket shot there? Gotta be careful in here because if I shoot the wrong wall, I end up opening up a bunch of enemies that'll come running into the room. I had a Game Boy for Booster Boy. Nice. Wait, did I shoot that wall? I don't remember shooting that wall. Huh. Interesting. I thought I was being really careful, but apparently I wasn't. I was done magnifying was useless. Yeah, people forget that like you had to buy those magnifying things with like the little lights on them, and like they literally did nothing. It was like they didn't even like light up the screen slightly. Got the yellow key. Oh. Yeah, we've been spoiled by LED by backlight screens, haven't we? We've really been spoiled. Game Gear was better, handheld time, but yeah, Tetris. I mean, to be fair, like the Game Boy Advance was really fun. Just a second. So I'll show you here because I have it hooked up here. Let me just take the cable out. So like when I catch footage on my Game Boy Advance games, I use that. I actually use because I bought that like a year ago. Because like it's if you hack your GameCube, you can get the best footage off it by not using the official software. The official software adds a lot of blur. So when I capture Game Boy Advance footage, that's how I do it. Let's see if I can see it. Let's see if I can find it. So just a second. I've got my Game Boy SP here. I play OG Game Boy. Sure. Game Boy had amazing games though. Wireland 4 was amazing. Yeah. So this is my Game Boy Advance SP. So at the minute, I'm actually playing through Mario Golf on Game Boy Advance, and the thing is, like, you know, you kind of forget like that the screen on these things was not good. If you had an original one of these, the first generation of LED screens, they weren't the best. But yeah, I just wanted to. Oh, and also flashcards, because who's paying £200 for Game Boy Advance games in 2025? Not me. That's the truth. I got a PSP when it came out and it blew my mind. PSP was amazing. PSP was so good. Let me just get back into position. Yeah, PSP was amazing. It's a shame that Sony kind of lost interest after the Vita, because I think they had something good going. There you are. PSP was godly. It really was. But then the DS was godly as well. They were both godly. The new 3DS is also really good for emulation. I'm looking at getting a 2DS, so I'm looking at maybe getting a 2DS XL, because I've heard that that's really good for like an all-rounder. 3DS playing Ocarina of Time, stuck in the Water Temple, of course. Hint, the keys are easy to find, you just need to be willing to hunt. Going to be cutting through most of this level. A lot of this level's not really fun, so we're just going to kind of skip through it. But I eventually got past it. The PS Vita didn't get a fair shake. It wound up a shovelware machine. Yeah, and the thing was, it was such a high quality device as well. If you've ever held a PS Vita, it's a very premium device, like the OLED screen. I really wish Sony hadn't like half-assed it. Didn't stick around for the infighting. I did not stick around for the infighting. So interestingly, last night I was actually recording footage on this level. I was trying to get this level done without taking any damage off enemies, and I actually got pretty far in it. So I reckon I'll be able to get that video up later this week sometime. Those little fuckers right there. So let me tell you, the worst thing on this level, it isn't the shotgunners, it isn't the chain gunners, it isn't the revenant that's over there in the corner, it's the Lost Souls. The Lost Souls love to sneak around this level, and they love to kind of mess around with you. Like that, look, they just appear out of nowhere. New 64 guns pretty well on 3DS. Nice. So another video project I'm kind of working on is various like fan ports of Heretic. So I managed to find a DS port, a 3DS port. Someone ported it to the original Xbox. So I'm going to be kind of doing a video about that because I think that would be pretty fun. Heretic never really got any love in terms of the console port, so I thought it'd be quite nice to sort of show that off. 3DS port doesn't work actually. Oh, does it not? Okay. Interesting. I've been told to stop working. I want to try and recompile it and install the CIA and see if it'll work that way. So say hello to the Archvile. This is where it's introduced. And we killed it. There's so many great forks like Heretic, like the engine like Strife and Shadow Warrior. Yeah, and the thing is, I feel really bad that Heretic never got any like decent console ports. Because it's such a good game. And it bothers me that like people have this opinion of it that it's not as good as Doom, so you know it doesn't deserve console ports. It does. It really does. Like I'm quietly hoping that they'll announce something to do with Heretic at QuakeCon. Obviously, I hope for that every year, so you know I'm not holding out too much hope. But it would be nice. It'd be nice if this was the year where they kind of said we're going to do a remaster of Heretic and Hexen. Shadow Warrior was build engine. It was. Shadow Warrior was build engine. It was Along with Blood. It was like that trifecta of like iconic build engine games. Although I've not played much Shadow Warrior. Out of all of the kind of games from that, I was better than Doom 1, I think. Doom 2's enemy making it top. Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment, I think. But Heretic, I think, has better level design across the board. I think it's more consistent with its level design. Goodie's doing a real cool free bundle. I clicked into that by accident earlier because I went on the site and you could pick one game and I didn't realize, so I just picked Postal 2 because I didn't know what it was doing. And then I was like, oh, I could have picked any of these other games. Well, fine. You get all of them. Oh, really? I didn't know that. I'd love a console remaster of Hex and Heretic. The thing for me is, I think like there's a chance it's happening, but then I say that every year. I try to be optimistic about it. The second they announce a Heretic Hexen remake, I will be on that. I will be on that so hard. Like you will not see anything but Heretic on this channel for like a month. I respect the hell out of GOG's game preservation efforts. They're saving gaming. I like that they're trying to do something. I mean, obviously, like, you know, there's plenty of other things they could do. But then that can be said for Steam. Steam doesn't really do a good job on preservation. I mean, for me, I just want to see, like, I just want to see a remaster of Heretic and Hexen. Especially Hexen, because people keep telling me I need to cover that on the channel, and it's like, I will when there's a decent way to officially play it. Because I'm telling you straight, that the DOS version does not do it justice, and the GZ version is not great either. You know, it'd be really cool. Heretic 2. Yes! Heretic 2, because you can't even, that was never made available digitally. It's kind of that weird, it's that weird game that like just kind of doesn't exist officially. Yes, so I have Crispy Hexen and Heretic on my laptop. When I need footage for them two games, those are the versions I use. Heretic 2 was weird. It was. But it deserves to kind of be acknowledged. It deserves to kind of be a part of the conversation, I think. Because I feel like it's a shame that, like, it's not even you've never been able to officially buy it digitally. By the way, just so you know, earlier on when I mentioned I was doing a no-hit run of this, you know, last night, I got to the point where I went to those elevators, and that imp there, see that one there? That one there shot me as I was coming up the lift. So now that I know I can do this, I'm going to put this in practice later. See, this is helping me. I'm learning while doing this playthrough. Hexen 2 official port would be good too. Yeah, there's a lot of games that have never been officially released digitally, and it's a shame because they really should be. Like, for game preservation's sake. I would think doing 2 no-hit would be very hard because of the chain gunners. They must be a pain. So I've done the first 8 levels. I've put the first 6 levels up for people to see on the channel. The next 2 levels up to Tricks and Traps, those are for members. The idea is I'm doing that as a background thing because I want to be able, because I want to do Doom 2 no hit, But the problem is it's going to take me a long time to do it because Doom 2's got bigger levels, like you say, Chain Gunners, Revenants, Archviles. So I'm taking my time with it, and I'm kind of recording it in the background rather than as a main series. And then when I've got all the 32 levels together, I'm just going to upload that for everyone to see, rather than kind of doing it piece by piece on the channel. Because my main fear is that I'll hit a level that I can't do, and then I won't be able to finish it, and then people will get really disappointed. So that's why I'm trying to do that a bit differently this time round. So that's part of the reason why I've kind of chosen to put those videos for channel members, because if I don't finish that, let's say I do 15 levels and then stop, at least then, like, you know, no one's going to be upset because I didn't promise I was going to finish it. But if I sort of start doing daily uploads, people expect it to be finished. How hard could it be, please? Grab the supercharge. That was a very low from Doom Guy there. Wow, your victory has enabled humankind to evacuate. I'm feeling even Zero Master can pull off. No, Zero Master could. I think if they put enough time into it. But like I said, for me, I want to sort of put a Doom 2 one up, because then at least I've done Doom 1 and Doom 2 in the same style. But the problem is, like, I can't promise I'm going to be able to finish Doom 2 because some of Doom 2's levels are so big and they're so kind of cumbersome. It's going to take a long time for me to be able to, you know, root those out. I think he could do a brutal Doom. Yeah, I think he could. Zero Master's got a lot of skills, so I definitely don't think it's I definitely don't think it's beyond the skill level. I mean, I've played it enough. I could do an all hit run of Doom 2. I never don't get hit. I mean, you could. I don't know if that'd be considered like interesting, but like, yeah, sure. Although mine, if I was to do one after me, it would definitely be a no actual hits, because I always miss enemies. I'm really bad at my aim in these games. I get hit from everyone at least once. Every enemy gets a hit in. They get a hit in, definitely. I like that. That'd make a really fun April Fool's video. Welcome to downtown, unfortunately. I am working on a video at the minute talking about this level. So I've been doing a bit of research into it, because it's a level that I think is worthy of discussion. It has its upsides and its downsides. A lot of downsides, but it has them to talk about. Don't shoot me in the back. Don't shoot me in the back. Grab the invulnerability. I've been wondering a lot of reasons to do things. Why is invisibility such trash? Surely they should know it sucks at the time. I don't think it's supposed to be like a super powerful power-up. I think it's supposed to just help you out in like a pinch, because the enemies don't aim at you, they aim around you. Which obviously, you know, it doesn't help you when you've got like, there's like a Arachnotron here just raining shots all over the battlefield. But you can see there, for example, it doesn't really help me. I mean, you saw it there. That Arachnotron was just spraying the like that open bit with nothing but like plasma fire, which made my life hell. Like I said, I don't think it was designed to be like super useful. Sandy's maps were understandably polarizing. His vision clearly didn't fit the engine he was using. Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, I appreciate what he was trying to do with this map, and I think that the vision is beautiful, but I also think that the execution is a bit lacking. Because for me, if you're going to do a town level like this, there's got to be like extreme amounts of detail, and I think that it just lacks the detail it needs. That's all. I don't think this level's unsalvageable. I just think he should have kind of... There should have just been more detail to really sell that town aesthetic. Okay. We lost a lot of health, but at the same time I managed to clear out most of the enemies, which is good. I'm going to save it here. I also think that you know, there's a lot better ways they could have signposted where you're meant to go in this level than having a big arrow on the floor. I think that was kind of stupid. %1 health club. Thank you. I think that's where Heretic works. The textures make something. So that's actually going to be one of the points I make in the video, because I feel that a lot of Heretic's town levels, you know, where they've got like towns and docks and all that, I think Heretic just does a lot better job of creating like a real livable world. Heretic to me feels very much like a precursor to Strife, and I think Strife does a great job as well. Again, that's another thing, that's another one that I'm going to be talking about in that video. And again, I'm not going to be saying like this is disgusting, this is awful. What I'm going to be saying is that I feel that the detail in this level doesn't quite match the ambition. I feel like they had to, if you're going to do a town level like this, you've got to kind of put the detail in to sell it all. But I don't think Downtown is the worst level in Doom 2. I really don't. Despite how much I say, you know, I don't like it, I don't think it's the worst. Nirvana. What? Who said Nirvana? That was weird. But yeah, Heretic, I think Heretic just does a much better job of kind of making its spaces feel like they're lived in. And then obviously you got Duke Nukem 3D, but the thing with Duke Nukem 3D is it doesn't have like... The thing with Downtown is it tries to do like a whole city center, whereas with Duke Nukem, when it does city levels, it does like a street. And I think, and German Peter did a great video on this because when I was researching this topic, like they made a really excellent point that in Duke Nukem, the streets are only kind of like little labyrinths to get you to the next space. They're not really kind of explorable, and I think that's where Duke Nukem's strength is actually in its level design. You should check out that video, by the way. I think because German Peter, like I said, he did a really great video on that topic, and it's really good sort of basis for discussion. Obviously, it does deserve console ports after all this time not having one. Yeah, it does. And I'm hoping that if they do a remaster, I'm kind of hoping that that's what we'll end up with. Similar to how Doom and Doom 2 kind of got that nice overall package that put all the games together. I'm kind of hoping that's what we get with Heretic and Hexen. Maybe Hexen 2 and Heretic 2. But I don't, like I said, I don't outright hate this level. I just think that there's a lot of things that could have been improved, I think, to really sell what they were going for. Excuse me. Ah, dear. I got attacked from behind by an imp there. The classic Doom games are on sale, but not Heretic or Hexen. Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm quietly hopeful that this year they'll because they've not really got much else outside of the Doom Dark Ages DLC. They've not really got that much to talk about. So I'm kind of hoping that, you know, they might have something to say about Heretic finally. We can dream. I'm just blindly dreaming at this point. Let me dream. Oh dear. So I'm guessing there was an imp in here that I didn't see. Yeah, there was one there behind the door that I didn't catch. Oh my god. Hit the imp. Hit the imp. It's not a hard game, and I'm still missing the imp. Oh dear. Doom Dark Age honestly didn't do much for me. I don't care for the direction they took. I don't mind it. I just think that they're adding a lot of lore in that people probably don't care for. Like, when I play Doom, I'm really not thinking about like the lore and the story. And I think the newer games increasingly they're trying to lean into that whole sort of lore that they're building around it, and it's like you really don't need to do that hard work. You're doing a lot of hard work for stuff that no one really cares about. Free Portal 2 was nice because now I have DRM copy of Portal 2. Nice. I've not played Portal 2, but like I said, that's the one I think that's the one I clicked on earlier on, so wouldn't surprise me if I have a free copy of that now. I will not say no to a free game. Well, unless there's strings attached to it, then I interestingly, by the way, and I've not been able to talk about this on the channel because obviously there's no space to do it. The number of people that reach out to me now and are like, "Hey, can you play our game on your channel? Can you give us free promotion?" And I'm like, why? I played someone's someone gave me a first-person shooter the other week, and they were like, "Oh, can you try it out for us?" And I was like, I played it for an hour, and I was like, "It's okay. It's not my style of shooter, but you know, I can see what you're shooting for." And then they were like, "Oh, can you do like a full video review for us? And can you do like a gameplay thing?" And I was like, "No." Like, I tried your game out for an hour. I thought it was okay. I'm not like committing to like a marriage here. Thank you, Imp. That was funny. That Imp timed that perfectly. In terms of like sponsorship things, I don't really like the idea of doing too many sponsorship things. For me, it's kind of like unless it's a natural fit, it's not really worth it for me. I'll always try games out, like if people want me to. And I sent them like a big list of like of improvements I'd made to the game. The string attached is 11 questionable games being added to your library as well. Yeah, that's the one thing with that with the free games is there's a bunch of games there that I'm kind of like, do I want those added to my library? Interesting. You can always hide them, I guess. I mean, can people see your GOG libraries? I don't know if they can, to be honest. Wow, there's an imp up there who's determined to get me. No, I needed that invulnerability. Okay, this is bad. Okay, this is bad. This is bad. Well, that didn't help me, did it? People wondering what you're buying. The worst room in all of Doom 2. You can't tell me this is not the worst room in all of Doom 2 when you have to come over here, lower this lift by standing next to it, while you've got imps who you can barely see aiming from above. So yeah, if you want my opinion, this is probably the worst room in Doom 2. Not that you asked, I'm just telling you. And of course I missed it, so now I've got to stand here like an idiot. Ooh. Are you going to come back down for me? Excellent. The cool thing is I can test Portal 2 on various old PCs. Nice! I hope that goes well for you. I don't know if I'm going to play Portal 2 because I've got my Steam library is pretty stacked at the moment. It comes with the old version. Oh, nice. Okay, that's pretty cool. We got an energy cell. What's frustrating about this part is that if you want to get all the items on both sides, you've got to do this ride up and ride down multiple times. It's kind of pointless. We got a box of rockets. We got cell ammo. You know, it's not the worst. Yeah, downtown for me, it's just here. It's not great. It's not amazing, but is it the worst level in Doom 2? Probably not. Postal 1 is available for free, I guess. See, I've never played any of the Postal games, so I don't really have much of an opinion on them. Well, that wasn't clever of me, was it? I think Postal 1 wasn't classic, but an interesting take on the Psycho sim. I'll have to give it a try sometime. It's one of those many games that I should have played already, but I've just not got around to. And you go, alright, at least 2 zombie men, 2 pinkies. Yeah, generally, yeah, that's how I like to be a bit as well. Also, in this version of Doom, and this is actually a good place to show this off, the sound levels from enemies in the distance is actually always set to maximum. So, for example, if you watch over there, watch that imp there, watch one of these imps shoot at us, and listen to the volume of the sound. It's always set to maximum in the 360 version. It's one of the big oversights in this version. But this is a good place to show it because the imps, even if we step all the way back, you'll still hear them firing fireballs at us. There you go, see? It's funny how Doom 2 starts off good and the more you get into it, I still love playing it. Yeah, no, I agree with you, Arthur. Like, it's one of those games where I feel like if they just put a bit more time and effort into the level design, I'm sure, like, you know, this would be like considered way ahead of Doom 1. But as it stands, I think Doom 1's got slightly better levels overall. Only slightly. Now, you get a shotgun, and you get a shotgun. You don't want the shotgun. That's fine. But yeah, when enemies shoot at you, you can hear them firing their weapons at full volume, even if they're way away from you. It is one of the big kind of issues with this version, in my opinion. Yeah, but by this point, Romero was kind of already... Cloud Romero was already on takeoff, wasn't it? You know, his ego was kind of on the rise, and it all kind of came to a head during Quake's development. It's a shame, because I think Doom 2 is an amazing base, and I think that when you look at all the levels that have been made with its monsters and such, you can definitely tell that, you know... It's a legendary game, but I do think that some of the level design is pretty weak sauce. I really want to play most GOG's offerings in this bundle, but I love them fighting back. Yeah, exactly. And I think we need to support outlets that do that, you know, that fight back against like the payment manufacturers should have absolutely no business in like what platforms are and aren't doing. Like, don't get me wrong, like I get they don't want their names attached to like, you know, Pornhub and OnlyFans and all that. But for me, it's like that's not your choice. That's you can either say yes, we'll give you the payments, or no. But for them to be like, well, you got to kind of, you know, take it down. You know, you got to bring it all down. Otherwise, we'll take it away anyway. It's like, I'm sorry, Visa. I wasn't asking for your opinion on my morals. So, I've not played Sigil 2 all the way through. I got to like level 4 and I think I got a bit bored. But, you know, if you like his levels, then obviously the Sigil games are very much for you. It's just transaction. Yeah, exactly. But that's the point I'm making. I don't even understand how they can be upset. It's just the people in charge of those companies feel privileged enough to say we're gonna kind of moderate what everyone does, and it's like, honey, you're a card in my wallet. I don't care what you think about like my spending habits. I forgot to add an achievement for Sigil 2. No, it's not that they didn't add achievements in. It's that it was added in an update later on, and they can't to add achievements to games is quite a annoying process. So my guess is they just didn't bother. Yeah, that's my guess is that they just couldn't be bothered going through the hassle of resubmitting the achievement lists. Because my partner actually works in the games industry, and they constantly tell me about like the issues they run into with the platforms when they're trying to develop games. Is this running 1080p or 720p? That is a very good question. I actually don't have the answer for that. I know it's in 720. I don't know if it does 1080. I imagine it does 1080, but someone card companies even, you know, it's not even the actual card. It's like Helen Lovejoy group called Collective Shout. Yeah, but the card company should be strong enough to say to them, piss off. That should literally be like Christian pearl clutches like that really bug me. It's like, you live your life, I'll live my life. Don't get involved in my business. But no, you have to, because apparently everyone has to live the way that, you know, you want us to live. And it's like, okay, fair enough. Anyway, I'm shooting demons in the face. That's what I'm doing with my day. Collective Shout is very, very misguided. As long as it's legal, as long as what people are doing is legal, people should be allowed to do what they want with their money. Obviously, if it's illegal, then, you know, then everything should drop down on them straight away. There's no argument there from me. But last time I checked, you know, people could spend the money how they wanted in you know, on the about our fish and chips. Oh, that sounds lovely. I'd kill for fish and chips right now, to be honest. So do you like battered, or do you like breadcrumbs on your fish? Americans won't understand, but fish and chips is amazing. Battered. Always battered. Battered is the way. True, but I mean, what I'm saying is, if people, card companies should not be able to turn around and go, you can't spend your money on this thing because it's your money. You've earned that money. As long as it's not like something super bad, I don't get why it's an issue. Unless unless they really don't want people to be spending the money on like OnlyFans and such. But then in which case, you can't complain when people don't use your platform to spend the money. Because I know, for example, they went after OnlyFans a few years ago, and for me, it's like, look, if people want to do that and people want to spend the money on that, let them. Like, what is it really like any different to going to a strip club or going to a porno website? Is it really that bad? FYI, I do not have an OnlyFans. We'll just put that out there right now. Do not have an OnlyFans. Because some people conflate defending something with full-blooded support for it, and it's like, it's not that. It's not like that. Really? 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 I'm pretty sure the Xbox 360 only ran at 720p, I might be wrong. So I'm playing this on Xbox One backwards compatibility, so there is every chance that this is upscaling it to 1080. We're just gonna skip this level. This is why I hate the weapon select in this version. I really wanted that, like, a few minutes, like half a minute earlier. So I'm gonna die here, but that's fine. Yep. Don't go with your money or your relatives' money, just saying. What relatives' money? Oh. But now can we live with real gambling, but not fictional, not safe work? It's just stupid. And then in the UK, we've got this like stupid new law, which is like the Online Safety Act, which is about as stupid as you can imagine. Nobody likes it, nobody wants it, but apparently kids will be safer now, which they're not, because kids are using Roblox and Death Stranding to get around the ID thing. So it's kind of like, well, good job there, guys. Oh, but the UK jumped the fence on it. You know, that's the funniest thing. The UK just jumped the fence on it completely and was like, hey, what if we just did it? So I'm going to save here. I'm going to see if I can get to this little island in the middle. I did, on the first try as well, nice. That's America doing it now. I can imagine. It's weird. Because kids are so tech savvy these days, they're not going to be stopped by you asking for online age verification. They will always find a way around it. Because that's what kids are like. They do things for the children, because the children can't say, no, we don't want that. And not just that, Pale Blue Camel. Also, welcome to the chat on Twitch. But it's just bad parenting. It's basically giving bad parents the right to go, well, we can't do our job right, so, you know, we need to stop everyone else from doing the things. And you can't be anti anything that protects children, otherwise you're against children. Well, didn't one of the MPs, okay, I mean, I use a VPN. Does that make me a predator? And for reference, I use a VPN because when I want to download TVs and movies, that's my preferred way of doing it. Shh. Shh. We don't talk about that. Well, actually, we can. I don't. I'm very much a pirate. You know what's funny? In the last few years, everyone went to streaming, saying streaming's killed piracy. It never killed piracy. It never killed piracy. Let me tell you. We got no better. It just depends on the state you live in. Look, I'm in California. California seems like a pretty chill place for the most part, but it's just funny because like we all woke up in the UK this week and it was like, whoops! Now you need to put your face on this website, or you need to ID yourself to get onto Discord, and it's like, oh, okay. We kind of woke up in this dystopian nightmare. Well, the funny thing is, Adam, you're saying that there's talk of them banning VPNs in the UK, and it's like there's only like 7 or 8 countries that have VPNs banned, and they're all authoritarian ones, so I'm not quite sure they really understand what they're doing. Well, of course, the UK is where we test our Big Brother ideas. Yeah, you know, we all woke up into this nightmare. Like I said, I have a VPN purely because when I want to download like an old TV series, I go sailing the high seas for those. Because I have a hard drive with like all the old cartoons. Because you would not believe how hard it is to find some of those cartoons on streaming websites. Although cartoons. So I've got the old Tom and Jerry's. I've got like there's a bunch of like UK ones from like the 60s and 70s that I used to watch when I was a kid, and it's just so hard to find them. So like I've got like Captain Scarlet, Stingray. I've got all those. I watch them when I'm editing because I'll put that on in the background and I'll have that as like background noise for when I'm editing videos. I mean, finding those is very difficult because they kind of go in and out of print. I'm just thinking, what did I download recently? Super Ted. Oh, I've got Danger Mouse. I've not got Super Ted, but I've got Danger Mouse. The original one, not the remake. Because I used to watch that when I was a kid, and I've not been able to find it on any other, like, I think it's on like that BritBox. BritBox is such a weird one. Banana Man. I think I've got, but do I have Banana Man? I'll tell you what, in a second I'll have a look, because I can bring it up on the screen in a second, because I've got it connected to this PC. But basically, like, I've always just had this thing of like, I'd rather have a copy of the things I want to see rather than rely on streaming services to give it back to me. Game Pass. Trapdoor. Yeah, no, so there was a remake a few years ago. It wasn't particularly good. And obviously, I'm not encouraging piracy. I'm not encouraging piracy. You should definitely buy legally. Wink. I remember the Danger Mouse remake was aired on Disney Plus, on Disney XD. God. So I was a bit too old for Disney XD myself. Give me a second. I'm going to save it here. One, because I want to save it. But also number two, because I can bring it up on my hard drive over here. So just a second. Because I don't mind showing this because it's kind of, you know, because like I said, I watch a lot of old stuff. Let me bring it up on my screen. Cool. Let me just bring that in. There we go. I didn't watch it because I'm not interested. But yeah, so I've got like the Aladdin TV series. That's not on Disney Plus, for example. I've got like the 1943 Batman. I've got Banana Man. Look, I've got Banana Man. See? Yeah, I've got them all. Banana Man. Apparently there's 3 seasons of that I have. Yeah, I've got like Blade. I've got Cat Dog. Like Cat Dog was awful, but like you get weirdly nostalgic for it. I've got like the Flintstone Kids, the Looney Tune cartoons, like the different ones of them, you know. And then I've got like the old Super Mario show, and I've got like I said, it's. I see Bluey in there. Yeah, no, because my sister asked me to get that for my niece and nephew, because she didn't have Disney Plus at the time, so I had to send that over to. Them. Oh, Angry Video Gamer. Yeah, so that was actually for my partner. He asked for that. But yeah, I've got all the Star Treks, and you can see I've just got like a bunch of stuff. Like it's because like a lot of that stuff's hard to find on it's just hard to find on the streaming services. Got Pingu. I have Pingu, I think. Do I have Pingu? I can look because I've still got it open on my screen. Pingu. Do I have Pingu? No, I do not have Pingu. But I do have the Rambo animated series from 1986. So, oh my. But yeah, so the Angry Video Game Nerd, Thomas the Tank Engine. Yes, I have the original one with the one that Ringo Starr commented on, because that was my childhood Thomas. I don't have the new ones, but I have that one. Oh, you have Morph. I have the Power Rangers, if that's what you're asking. But yeah, no, so the reason I do that is because I can't be bothered with all these streaming services. It's like, just to get like the few things I want, I'm not paying like £20 a month. Go away. Oh, nice, me too. I was like the model series back in the day. Yeah, no, so I've not seen the newer ones, because obviously I grew up. But I used to watch the original ones that Ringo Starr used to talk over. So yeah. And like I said, and the thing is, like, my family and friends, they know that I do that, so they'll ask me, hey, can you get this series? Hey, can you get that series? My dad asked me to get what was it? 1980. It was some like old puppet show. I hadn't seen it, but like he asked me to. Oh, that was it. UFO. He asked me to get UFO. It's like an old British series. So I end up with shows just because of that as well. Oh, thank you, Ryan, for becoming a member. That's really appreciated. Thank you. Hey, Andre, welcome. But yeah, like my policy on it is like, if you make it hard for me to get, I'll just go and get it myself. I'll go and get it. It's like I have no shame. Yeah. I find a lot of modern kids shows, from when I've had to look after my niece and nephew, they're not particularly great. Whoa, have you not left this room yet? Are you not going to leave this room? So this you, Bruce, yeah. Yeah, and the thing is, there's a lot of shows like I get nostalgia because the thing is, I'll be sat working and I'll be like, you know what I've not seen for like years. Clarissa Explains It All, because I used to watch, because my sister used to watch that, and I used to like Sabrina, so I used to watch Clarissa, but you can only find like the first 2-3 seasons online, you know, on Amazon. So it's like. It's stuff like that, you just get weirdly nostalgic. I just ADHD the show, just like, yeah. Plus, a lot of kids watch YouTube, don't they? Which is a problem all to itself. That's why they call it Keen in BFG. Yes, I think so. Why do you have to shoot the Commander Keen? I think it's just because like it's supposed to be like a reference to you know, its old earlier games. I don't think it's meant to be like anything substantial. But poor Keen, he didn't deserve that. So Andre, okay, I'm gonna go back. Okay, we're gonna go back to the thing for a second, because like it is, because I think it's important for me to show you this. So yes, I will openly admit to you that one of the big reasons I have that collection in the first place is because like I literally got so frustrated with the fact that I couldn't watch the old classic Pokemon series. I was like, I don't want to pay for like Netflix and pay for like who, you know, all these different things. So I've literally got all the Pokemon series like here. Like at some point I'm gonna sit down and watch them all. But yes, that's one of the main reasons that I started that whole thing. I gave Rumble a try and it was bad. Yeah, but that's the thing. It shouldn't be that way, I agree. So there's a Pokemon channel on YouTube, and they've been slowly uploading the old classic episodes, which is great, but I guarantee that will disappear at some point. I guarantee that will not be on this platform forever. So it's one of those things where for me it's like, if I want to start rewatching it, I want to be able to watch the whole thing. I don't want to get like 3 seasons in and then be like, you know what, I'm not able to finish it. Oh wow, my childhood. Yeah, but that's the main reason I started doing it, because I got so frustrated with just the state of like Pokemon and like the fact that I couldn't watch. Because the thing is, I feel like 2-3 years ago I had this huge urge to be like, I'm gonna watch all the Pokemon episodes, and it's like couldn't do it, couldn't find a way to do it easily. Oh, that's good. At least they're re-uploading them, but then it takes them forever to re-upload them, so it's like, okay. Streaming services shouldn't be associated with archiving. They provide convenience first and foremost. Agreed, because streaming services only keep content as long as they're sort of able to. I have thought about doing like a channel where I just kind of go through old like cartoon series and sort of talk about the episodes, but the problem with that obviously is copyright. Thank you for smacking me in the face with that rocket. Oh yeah, I didn't pick up the blue key, did I? The problem is that with the depth of physical media, piracy is the end user's only real option. Have you ever seen Blackadder? Yeah, so I have Blackadder. I've only ever seen the first season though, because my mum and dad weren't big fans of it, so we never saw it in our house much. But I do want to watch it. It is kind of on my list of things that I want to watch. Wow, okay, that was bad all around, wasn't it? I can tell you each season's better than last. Like I said, it's on my to watch list. I'm currently working through like a big list of, I'm working through like a big backlog of things I really want to watch. And the first season I'm on, it's really different from the other two. Yeah. Well, that's good though, isn't it? Because it means like there's different flavors of it. If you had the same, oh my gosh. There's a lot of enemies. Have fun with that, guys. The Doom Classic Unity. Yes, I agree with you. The weapon wheel is very much a great addition. Whoa, where did you come from? Where did you come from? Okay. Alright. I don't know where that bony boy came from, but he apparently was like very excited to see me. Hey Ash, how you doing? How you doing? I'll admit that while I'm nostalgic for a lot of the old Hanna-Barbera stuff. Oh, that's the other one, Scooby-Doo. I used to watch Scooby-Doo so much as a kid, and it's really hard to find the old series. That was the other thing that made me push to download all the shows I wanted. I do. I have Mr. Bean. I have the Mr. Bean series, both the animated and the original. Although, would it surprise you to know that there's like only one season of that? Like, I thought there was so many episodes of Mr. Bean, but it turns out there's only one season of it, like the live action one. Top Cat is peak. I also have Top Cat. I used to. So do you know what I used to watch? Scooby Doo. Top Cat, and then Wacky Races. Those are the three that I really kind of loved as a kid. And it made me... Yeah, it's only one season, but like 20 episodes. Yeah. I miss Boomerang. But yeah, thank you again, Ryan, for becoming a member over on YouTube. That's so cool of you. And thank you, Pale Blue Camel, for the follow over on Twitch. I really appreciate that. I was partial to pre-talks. So I always saw Space Ghost, but I never watched it properly. It was always kind of on as I was about to go to bed, so I never really got to see that properly, because that was always on late in the UK. Birdman was a one-trick pony. I watched Tom and Jerry. Oh. Hope everyone's doing well. Yeah, all good, Adam. We're just chatting about old cartoons and how hard it is to watch them because like they keep being moved around the streaming services. I'll admit none of them were great. They were fine as a kid if you wanted to watch the action. Yeah, that's fair. No English speakers learn movie series and games. So was it yesterday I saw that apparently they've taken all the old Cartoon Network shows off the is it HBO Max? Like, that's crazy to me. It's like, that's the kind of thing I hate. I just wish they'd bring back old Boomerang. There we go. How about Pink Panther? Oh, so Pink Panther's a dodgy one. So not because of the show, because my dad, and I'll say this because no one knows my dad. My dad worked for a company that was based from the US, and the mascot was the Pink Panther for the pension fund. And in like 97, 98, that company pulled dramatically out of the UK market, and they took the pension fund with them. And so Pink Panther was a very sore topic in our house for a very, very long time. Yeah. I mean, I like the cartoons. Not a fan of the live action movies. My God, you're not in that house. I know, right? Spy vs. Spy, classic. Don't like Pink Panther at first, but he grew on me. But yeah, so I like the cartoons. Not a fan of the movies though. The ones that had the cartoons had Steve Martin in them. Sorry, the live action had Steve Martin. Not a fan of that. Oh, nice. See, I didn't know that. Bikers from Mars. I've never seen Bikers from Mars. Never seen that one. Steve Martin only in a couple of Pink Panther reboots. The original, like, 8 movies, some of them were piece stills. So those, I've never seen the original ones, but I've seen that. Like I said, that's what I've seen. You. Do you have Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Yeah, we had that in the UK. I don't think it was as big as it was in the US. I think, like, in the US, it was a much bigger deal. I did not mean to fall down there. Oh, I did not mean to fall down there. That was not part of the plan. My Little Pony Friendship Magic is my favorite cartoon show. Cool. I've never seen the any of that. Actually, not tell a lie. Oh no, that was Care Bears. I've seen a Care Bears movie when I was a kid. I found the Care Bears a bit creepy, to be honest. Yeah, some bird stuff, creepy. It's just a personal thing, but I've never gone along with the Care Bears. They've never, for something that wants to be cute and cuddly, I've always kind of found them a bit unsettling. Is this a Doom version where no rest for the living? Yes, this is the one that came with no rest for the living. This was the first one to have that, yes. I'm going to save here this time. So yeah, cycling through your weapons is a bit of a chore in this one. Futurama did a great satire scene for Care Bears, where it was cheaper to genetically clone real ones and then gut them out. I've not seen Futurama for ages. I suppose Friendship is considered an old cartoon nowadays. God, it's like 15 years old. I used to be scared of Cabbage Patch Kids. So I was not around for the Cabbage... I was too young to be past the Cabbage Patch Kids craze, but my dad will tell you a very famous story in our family where he made my granddad go like 3 towns over just to get a Care Bear. It was the last one in the shop because Cabbage Patch Kid, because like they literally sold out everywhere between, and like my granddad didn't want to go, but like my dad talked him into it. Can you not use the D-pad as shortcuts? You can, but it's not particularly intuitive. Yeah, that's right. It gives you kind of access to the different kind of weapons, but you know, in a pinch it's not that useful. I'm so used to it. Yeah, it's just a bit slow. Get rid of... Oh. But yeah, when I edit videos, I'll usually put on like a cartoon or like a film in the background, just to give background noise, because otherwise it can get very quiet when you're sort of like with my headphones on. Nope, we're not going that way. We might end up seeing more G4. Hasbro keeps fucking up G5. You still remember a single episode of Thomas Tank? I remember the one where they put that one under the bridge and brick it up. I remember that horrified me as a kid because I didn't quite understand why they were being so mean to him. And I know that's famous now, but I remember being scarred by that when I was like 4 years old. You want to talk about, like, you know, restricting things from kids? Why wasn't that restricted? Yeah, that's the episode I remember. Yeah, that's... It's good to just have stuff in the background, I find, like, because if it's too quiet, I find it really hard to concentrate. But I'm weird. I'm weird like that. See, I can't get down because this stupid Arachnotron's in the way. I like South Park. I have no problem with South Park. I find South Park amusing because everyone says, oh, it's over the hill, you know, it's not a good show anymore. But then, like, everyone's talking about the recent episodes. So, you know, you can lie, but you can't, you need to lie better, is what I said to those people. Like... Hey Alpha Zero X. Hey Alpha Zero. How you doing? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. I always have something on in the background. South Park's my favorite. My personal opinion is that copyright length is way too long. I think 20 years was enough. Yeah, but the thing is, Disney don't want Disney are the main ones that really don't want to lose the copyright on stuff. Have you played South Park games? I've played Stick of Truth. I didn't play the sequel, but my partner loves them, so I have seen them. I've seen that being played. Yes. Well, no. So my argument, Cade, is people say, "Oh, it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter," but then like everyone's talking about it. And so, like, if it's irrelevant, why is everyone, like, sat waiting for the next episode? Because they're waiting to see what they'll do. It's what makes me laugh about, like stuff like that. People say, like, oh, things don't matter anymore, but then they get worked up by them. So it's like, okay, so they obviously do matter to you. Don't want to sound political, but if you watch South Park Orange Man trailer, I've not seen the Orange Man trailer. Oh, are you talking about like the latest episode? Oh yeah, no, I've seen that. I've seen it. I've seen it, don't we? Fractured Butthole, I've never played either. I am glad they finally did some decent South Park games, although that run seems to have come to a bit of an end. With the recent Snowball game. Was it the Snow Fight game? South Park Rally fucking rocks. Oh, nice. So see, that's cool because I from what I've seen, people said they didn't like it. You know, that's me. A Duke Nukem be released by Night Dive Studios. Yeah, that's what I want. That's what I want. Basically, that is all I want out of like out of the universe. A Heretic remake and a Duke Nukem remaster, and a Heretic remaster. Both of them. I just want them both to be remastered properly. I reckon we'll get a Duke Nukem remaster of some kind next year, because it's going to be 30 years since 3D. And I don't think they're going to miss the opportunity to try and take some more money off that dead franchise. I played South Park on N64. Yeah, so I played the N64 ones. They were interesting. They were interesting. It was on PS1 as well, I think. I think Stick of Truth was really good, but not Butthole. So I've not played Butthole, so I can't really pass a comment on that. But I did like Stick of Truth. So I've mostly played South Park Rally and PC and loved it. There's also a healthy modding scene. Nice. Duke Nukem was pretty well done on Xbox 360. Yes, it was, Maxim, and welcome also. It's a real shame that I don't know if that version even still available to buy on Xbox One. I don't know if that version's still available anymore, to be honest. Ugh. It's mental that those Duke 1, Duke 2 ports are stuck on Evercade. It is kind of crazy that. It's interesting as well that the Evercade also got like all those like ports of the other console games as well. You know, those would have been nice elsewhere, but. Get rid of you. Duke 1 and Duke 2 are good, but not essential playing. So I've played Duke 1. I've never actually played Duke 2. So who knows? Maybe at some point I might do a series retrospective and play Duke 1 and Duke 2 fully, because that might be interesting. but I've never played Duke 2. I do have this version along with the Ultimate Doom and Doom plus Doom 2. Nice. Was it Manhattan Project? Yeah, because I know the Arcade had like 2 Duke Nukem sort of collections that you could buy. And like they both have different games in them. But again though, I don't have an Evercade and I don't really see the point in getting one. I found it interesting that Duke Nukem 1, 2, especially 1, has a speed setting to make the game faster. So there's some soft spots for Doom 1 that make it run way smoother. I'll look into those. Like I said, if I was to do like a full series retrospective, I definitely have to go back and play them. So how did I miss that? Like I'm just shocked that I missed that shotgun shot there. I've been playing Duke on Game Boy Color. It was alright, but the levels are a tad long. See you, everyone. Have a good day. Have a good one, Christopher, and thank you so much for hanging out. It's been really fun. It didn't hit me that I played Duke 1, Duke 2 long before Doom back in the day. I knew the game, but I didn't know it was Duke. I mean, to be fair, Duke Nukem 3D is such a step away from Duke 1 and Duke 2. This is such a tedious puzzle. No. Stop shooting me. It's Duke Nukem on steroids. If they get Night Dive to do a remaster, hopefully they'll bring back the Megaton Edition. Well, I just want the content from Megaton Edition. I just want like Duke It Out in DC. I want the Caribbean one, and even the winter one. The winter one was garbage, but you know, it's the official expansions. They should be out there, and they're not because they were taken away from us. And this is what made me laugh in that video where I was talking about the state of Duke Nukem. I brought that up, and people kind of took it like the wrong way. Some people thought that I was like saying, "Oh, that it was in the 20th anniversary." No, no, it's not. Trust me. People want it back because it's not in the 20th anniversary. See, I think the slow music fits this level. If you listen to the slow music, I think it really fits this, suits this level, to be honest. We are out of here. If I don't have to do it, I'm not going to do it. We're going to find the quickest way through it. Absolutely not. Although I will pick up all this shotgun ammo. Very nice. Thank you. No vacation for Duke. Not until they bring it back. Jazz 2 was really fun. Nice. I've not played the Jazz games for such a long time. If you can tell me, what's the best way to play the Jazz games these days, would you say? That room with the blue key in the blue portions is so cute. A lot of nice games show where was the best part. It was, and that's kind of the way it is with Doom 1 as well. Jazz on GOG, I think they work fine. I'll have a look into that, actually. That's interesting. I'll look into that. You're also addicted to Counter-Strike. No, I didn't. So I didn't even have online gaming until like 2007, 2008. Sorry. I had online gaming from 2006 because I remember when Halo 3 came out, I used to play in like a little group of friends, and I remember we all got Halo 3 together so we could experience it. Duke Nukem Duke was parody, not piss take. He never had that Brooklyn hipster ironic angle to him. I think people will blow how hard it would be to bring back into the modern era. The series has always been ironic. I feel like people do overblow it a bit, and I think that I don't really want to get into it because obviously like it's a touchy subject, but I think that saying it's all about the politics is kind of weak sauce. I think it's more just people not knowing what they actually want from Duke Nukem as a series. Because like, in my opinion, there's plenty of scope for Duke Nukem to return. You just have to do it right. Because if a Duke Nukem game touched down on Steam tomorrow, like a brand new first-person shooter, you know, in the style of Duke 3D, I want to buy it. Mavis Beacon, Treaches, Math Blasting, Larry are some nostalgic deep cuts for me. Yeah, Jazz is now $5 for the collection. Oh, nice. Forgot. I'll have a look into that, Ryan. Thanks for letting me know. He was lucky to. The problem is, like, people need to just accept that there are always going to be people in the modern world who don't like certain things, and part of like part of being online all the time is accepting that people will not always agree with you. And trust me, I've been learning that the hard way running a YouTube channel, that people will always find some way to disagree with you. Trust me, that is something I've had to learn that over the last few months very quickly. That people online will always find something to argue with you about, even if, like, I could say the sky's blue in one of my videos, and someone will be in my comments saying, well, actually, it's turquoise or magenta at points, or, you know, it changes to, like, yellow. That's the kind of thing people online do. Duke was nothing special in terms of edginess, and today we have GTA, plenty of other media pushing offensive content. Exactly, Adam. Get whoever did Iron Fury to do a new Duke Nukem game. Job done. It depends, Andre. You cannot avoid it. Look at Mortal Kombat 1. They race swap characters, gender swapped characters. You cannot avoid it. Most games, even in Asian produced games. I don't particularly find the sexual stuff in Duke very entertaining, but that's not the only thing leaned heavily into. Actually, it's colorless. It's only that reflects the bamboozles and that trons the sun. Ah, dear. But yeah, to kind of bring it all back together, I think you could do a Duke Nukem in the modern era. I think, like, it could be done, and I think it could be done well. I don't see any reason why it can't be done. It's just, you know, Gearbox don't want to do it. That's the simple answer to it. If there was any other reason, Gearbox would hand it off to someone else, but I just think Gearbox can't be arsed. Oh, nice. That's really cool, Bunny. And I would support a new Duke Nukem. I'd support a new Duke Nukem. I would buy a new Duke Nukem game. Definitely. Like, I have no problem with... like, if it was a good game, and that's kind of the caveat there, it has to be a good game. It can't just be like Duke Nukem with a rubbish first-person shooter, because we've already done that. We already did that with Forever. We don't need to do it twice. Okay. You are just going to be blocking me now, aren't you? Gearbox is a bunch of doo-doo heads. They turned Borderlands into spyware. Yeah, they really messed up. They really messed up Borderlands. And what's even funnier is they took probably one of the best parts of Borderlands as a series, the Tales from the Borderlands games, and they produced some absolute slop, some absolute slop. I'm trying to avoid using bullets here, but that plan is going very much out the window. I'd be happy with a Manhattan Project too. To be honest, I'd just be happy to see anything from Duke Nukem at this point. Like, any kind of game, I think, would be, like, appreciated by the fans. Just to let us know that, you know, it's still alive somewhat in some form. Wow, okay. I really cannot control Doom Guy on these steps here. These steps are... Borderlands was fun as a multiplayer chat game. It's just kind of mindless fun and talk. Yeah, and it's a looter. Would we count it as a looter shooter as well? Because it has numbers that come out when you shoot. Duke Nukem and Bollywood Blast. I never cared about Borderlands when it started. The looting and shooting made the series for me. That's fine. The only new gen of... Don't get it. I mean, I've not played the new Mortal Kombat game, so I don't... Mortal Kombat's never really been my series. Doing a lot of saving here because... I'm worried about that. So yeah, I was just a bit worried about the enemies kind of sneaking up on me, which they tried to do. Didn't do a good job of it though, so you know. Let me through. There we go. A Legacy Collection 2 is going to be really good, I know it. So, I mean, my partner's really interested in the Mortal Kombat collection that they're releasing. I don't really have any interest in it, so it's one of those ones that's going to pass straight by me. Changing a fictional character's gender is not gender assassination. It would be character assassination if they made her unlikable. I don't really... So the thing for me is, like, I don't really get fussed about, like, that kind of thing, because as far as I'm concerned, like... You know, if people like it, they'll buy it. If they don't, they won't. You know, it's not. I don't really care. Like, it's like in the MCU, people get upset because like Captain America's not Chris Evans anymore, and it's like, okay, but in the comics, he's not. Captain America is other people as well. You know, you kind of have to let the story play out. Yoshimitsu was changed from a robot guy into an alien thing. I mean, Yoshimitsu's just cool, though. Plus, I don't really think of Yoshimitsu as, like, a person. I think of them more as, like, a weird wizard type, like a weird sort of ninja. I tried to keep my thoughts about, like... Plus, like, I mean, let's be fair. Tekken isn't afraid to use its characters in very particular ways. Are you going to play No Rest for a Living or just base Doom? It depends on the time, Cyber. If I'm able to get to the end of this with enough time, I'll play that. But if not, then I'm always happy to do a stream dedicated to No Rest for a Living, because it is a great expansion. Yeah, No, Andre. At the end of the day, like I'm not picking a side. It's one of those things that genuinely doesn't really bother me as a person, because it's like, if I like a character, I'll just keep that version of the character for me. It's like, I'll give you a good example. I like the classic Lara Croft. I like the Lara Croft from the first game to Angel of Darkness. I'm not a fan of the new Lara Croft, and that's fine. I've just learned to accept that there are people now who identify Lara Croft with the new Lara Croft, but it's not. It doesn't take away my memories of Lara Croft. It's just for a lot of people, they prefer like the new one. No, but they changed her attitude. They really, you know, I am going to do a video on the channel at some point about Lara Croft and Tomb Raider and kind of my feelings about the series, because it's one of my favorite game series, but they've done some things with Lara that I'm not a big lover of. I know, but I'm just kind of giving you a perspective from like my feelings on like how I can kind of understand what you're saying, but maybe not in the same way that you're expressing it, because I'm trying to kind of just say like, I don't really mind if characters move on and become different things. Wait. It's not going to be safe. It's definitely not going to be safe. There's going to be a lot of and then we are leaving this area. Yeah, this area is going to fill up with all kinds of people, isn't it? I mean, to be fair, like, yeah, and Indiana Jones, I mean, Lara Croft and Indiana Jones, they're kind of very close. Grab the rad suit. Get rid of you. How am I not hitting you? I tried to go in for the invulnerability there. Did not happen. Will happen now though. Thank you. That suit is very rad. It is very rad, isn't it? We are running. We are not stopping. Let's go. Oh, if Doom Guy was suddenly Doom Girl, I cannot give less of a shit. I really hate this level. You can cheat and sneak through those gates. You can, yeah. So when I was playing the Doom on PlayStation 1, that we did that. We literally just snuck through the bars. We didn't hang around. Doom's not about the guy. It's about the mulching demons. Doom is about pew-pewing the demons in the head. And if you play the new Doom games, it's all about the story of like how Doom Guy was basically a slave and all that to the weird creatures and all that, which I guess that's part of the canon now. Hooray! I mean, it might be if you've got a Switch OLED, maybe. If you've got no other way to play it. A lot of things going on here. There we go. Oof, that took a bit, but we got through that in the end. They need to bring back. They need to bring Crash from Q3 and do just to annoy. Right, so if I do that and hit that. So right now we are not. I'm guaranteeing we're going to finish this game on stream today. The only thing, obviously, is if we don't have time for it, No Rest for the Living will probably come next week because I've not actually. And the thing is, I can play the PC version of that, so it's not going to be too bad. Yeah, the Xbox 360 version of Doom 2 is very well put together. Even if there's like some annoying little quirks here and there, it's definitely good fun. I've not played any Bombshell games. Yeah, I wouldn't say getting Doom on the Switch is a bad thing because the Switch version is very well optimized. If you can play it on Switch 2 though, apparently it's even better on there. Something to consider. Has anyone actually got a Switch 2 in the chat? I'll probably end up getting a Switch 2 when a game that I actually want comes out for it. As I do forever. All Duty games were at least middling. Only Switch Lite and Switch Deck, and that's fair. I have a Switch 1, but I've not really kind of made the jump yet. Oh, hello. Don't know where you came from. Well, that was a terrible situation all around there, wasn't it? My brother had Switch 2, but then I can put the digital version on Switch 2. Yeah, so from what I understand, apparently Doom runs a lot better on Switch 2. But obviously I don't own Doom on Switch, so I can't really give a comment on that. I don't want to kind of say, oh, it runs better if it then doesn't run better. No, I don't have a PS1. You should. PS1s are great. The only problem with PS1s is you'll need to find a way to get chipped though, because some of the games that you might want to play are very expensive in the modern times. Again, not advocating for piracy, but just saying it's expensive to collect games for certain consoles. I'll just use DuckStation. Hey Alpha Zero, welcome back. Welcome back. I'd urge everyone not to buy a Switch 2, just get a Steam Deck. I was doing 2016 on Switch and that was fine. Yeah, from what I saw, like they did a good job porting it over. It wasn't a disaster. I never really cared about Duke console games. Duke 3D is the best game. Yeah, that's fair. Some people only really care about that game, and I get that. I've played some of the platforming ones. They're not to my taste, to be honest. But, you know, who knows? Alloy Pirate games are absolutely necessary. Yeah, so my thing is, if it's not easy to get hold of, that's my kind of line on that. So like if it's not, it's like if it's an old game, for example, it's fair game, because like paying £100 for a game from like PS1 era is kind of silly. What do you think of Time Splitters? I love Time Splitters. Time Splitters is probably one of my most underrated series. The problem is I played the first one and I played the third one, so a lot of people love Time Splitters too, whereas I'm like, I've only played 1 and 3 really. Yeah, exactly. If it's delisted or scalped, yeah. Are there any like services? So 2.7 for you. What I would say to you is you can soft mod your Xbox Xbox original. You just need a blank DVD and a USB stick. There's various guides on YouTube how to do it. That's how I did mine, and it's great because it lets you play all the sorts of emulation stuff that you might want to try out. I've been on Quake 2. I like Quake. I like Quake 2. Duke Nukem Time to Kill and Land of Waves are really underrated. Oh man, this music is stanky. How about Manhattan Project? Quake 2 in 1997 was amazing. I think it's aged really well. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. I didn't get out of the way fast enough. So that was down to the controls. And I'm going to stick to that. So unfortunately, you're doing precision controls with this controller is not very nice. I thought I was out of the blast zone there, but apparently not. Bowser's Fun is quite fun. I did pre-order Duke Nukem Forever. So I pre-ordered Duke Nukem Forever on Xbox 360. So... if you think this is bad, you should hear the TNT. You should hear the TNT versions of some of these tracks. Like, absolutely horrifying what they've done to some of them. Just getting rid of these enemies here because we'll inevitably be passing through that area, and it's always a good idea just to get rid of them before we get there. Free ammo. I'm okay with pirating from like huge companies. I usually only pirate like 10 software games. I never advocate for bootlegging, selling pirated games, money. Oh no, I don't agree with that. Great value, Alice in Chains. Love the fact that Quake 2 wasn't even made to be a Quake game, but it ran out of names. You can probably tell that because Quake 1 and Quake 2 are very different games. This level's music is blatant on the chains. I'm having fucking 50 Hz gaming flashbacks. So yeah, this is just what it sounds like. This is the soundtrack to the 360 version, unfortunately. It is a bit crunchy. I never played Unreal 1 or 2, just tournament ones. I heard the first one is good. I've heard that as well. What about the Doom 64 OST? More like Resident Evil. I don't mind the Doom 64 OST. I think I kind of prefer the PS1 and N64 OSTs for Doom. They kind of got a bit more atmosphere to them. But then, like, I do like the originals because they're the originals. So I wanted that because I wanted that barrier to shut down. I consider Quake to be like an anthology series like Final Fantasy. They're different but similarly themed. I get that. I have played Fear. It's okay. Saving here because when we drop out here, there we go. Wanted that Megasphere. There we go. You gotta be lucky for your DLC. So in respect to is obviously Quake is not a Final Fantasy. Oh no, I know what you mean though. Like you're saying like Quake 1 and Quake 2 and Quake 3 and Quake 4, they're all kind of linked by themes rather than actual sequels to each other. I get what you're saying. I got from Gog. In police. Hey mister, how you doing? How you doing? Gog starts to look like a processing drama. Not sure if you like it, Mr. Guy, but it's a timeless classic. Heroes of the Might and Magic of Free. I have some God games that seem to have, slow movement speed, the weapons downgrade to the Unreal Tournament. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Alpha. The Castle Flying Flyby in Unreal is probably the most I've ever been blown away by a game. Speaking of Limus Guy, I've played Rayman. Yes, we were talking about Rayman earlier. I'm a big fan of the series. Rayman 1 and 2, probably my two favourites. I also played it on Game Boy Advance, Rayman 1 on Game Boy Advance. That was an experience. You got to be really careful on these walkways here, especially with these little shits. Got to be really careful here. So yeah, there's a bunch of imps now shooting from over there, which I don't appreciate. Hey Powerzim, how you doing? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Oh, Rayman 2, that was a great one. Rayman 2 was one of my favourites, up there with Mario 64. Yeah, Doom 2 is like every cool idea for a level haphazardly strung together. Agreed. They really just threw it all against the wall and said, let's see what sticks. My dad's name is Tibero. No, Tibero. Tibio. And yeah, I'm free. I can buy a game, download it, and share it if I want to, but never download it. So that's kind of like me. I buy games and then I never actually play them. I'm really bad for that. So I'm just going to wait for this lost soul to decide he wants to turn and attack me. Come on. I was waiting for you. Didn't want to fall down there. I definitely didn't want to fall down there. Hey man, enjoyed your Gold 9 video. Hope Sandy's catwalks aren't giving you too much trouble. Well, hey Wookie Fragger, welcome, welcome. So they're not giving me too much trouble, but unfortunately trying to navigate them with a controller is not my preferred way of doing this. But it's fine. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, even though it seems like I've heard most people, I still haven't played most of it. Yeah, so I know some people do that whole Steam library thing where they play through the backlog. I have like 800 games on my backlog. We'd be here until the end of time, and a lot of them I don't think I'd want to play on stream. So more power to anyone who wants to actually like do that as a thing. But for me, it doesn't work for me. I on the right stick up and gently rather than just tilting. Yeah, I know. We will work it out. Those 90% discounts are irresistible. They are. My Steam library has 1,200. It was a Portuguese island. The Azeroth was a Portuguese island. It was. I've heard of the Azeroth. Never been there. And I missed the ledge there. That was clever. Let's just get rid of these. Hello. Are you coming? Are you coming over? I have 171 play games out of 517. Nice. There we go. Got rid of you. Now I'm going to save here. So the issue isn't moving on it, it's just getting onto it, because obviously a bit slippy, our Doom guy. His feet are coated in Vaseline. But just take my time. There's no problem here. Look, there's absolutely no problem. It's all good. All good. Even the Cacodemon, it's all good. It's all good, I promise you. This room is nasty. This room is very nasty because obviously a bunch of lost souls trying to knock you over as you're making your way around here. Not particularly nice. They lubed him up so he could slip into hell. Most of my Steam library consists of paid games I got for free. Nice, nice. Nothing wrong with free games. So I'm pretty sure we go in the white one. We do. Excellent. To me. So the only gun I've got ammo for at the minute is the rocket launcher, which is far from ideal. Personally, PlayStation Plus free games every month. I add them to my library and don't play them. They're free. Why not? Yeah, it's a good shout. I get that. I think Microsoft used to do that until they stopped doing gold. I don't know if they still do it anymore. Decent chunk of my buy, like some Humble bundles back when they were good. God, do you remember when Humble Bundle used to be great? We are going to sneak by. There you go, that was skillful use of the chainsaw there. I'll take that clip. So I'm definitely going to save here. I've been a yearly Humble Bundle subscriber for almost a decade. I was very confused. I was very confused at a fucking IGN subscription in my monthly games. So they've started doing that. I saw like they've started putting subscriptions in rather than actual products, which is kind of like thanks, but that's not really what I want. Because I saw a video editing package and it was like a month subscription to this like video effects service, and I'm like, okay, but I really don't think I'm gonna want a subscription to that, am I? Let's be honest. I Doom 64 chainsaw. Yeah, I love the double-bladed chainsaw. It's so cool. The other deals on Steam were quite hype back then. They were. 17% kills, and I don't regret a second of it. Might have to cancel my HP subscription or just give away all my cards. So if you've ever played the Doom 2 beta, you'll know that this level is actually the final level. Well, like level 30, it's in the level 30 slots if I remember rightly. So maybe it's kind of interesting to think about this as maybe the final level. Need to fix my arcade monitor. I think I got a game make studio from bundle. So do you know what's interesting? And I'll say this because it's like it's a video project that's not going to come to fruition. I did look at maybe making a like Doom sort of 2D platformer on like the original Game Boy, and I was kind of looking into it, and I started building it, and then I realized how many people are actually going to play this, and I was like, nah. YouTube did not exist in 1991. It did not. It was called Blockbusters then. Yeah, development's not easy or quick. Well, no. So the idea was it was going to be kind of like one of the Doom remastered videos. So it wasn't going to be like a fully fledged project. It would have been like a level or two, and it would have been just like this is like a proof of concept. But I don't know. It didn't. I never really kind of clicked with that project. I did start it though, so like I do have like a half-finished version of that on my hard drive somewhere. That's the thing when I'm trying to come up with video ideas. Sometimes I'll start stuff and I think, oh, this is really interesting, and then like a few hours later, I'm like, this isn't as fun as I thought it was going to be. I miss Blockbuster. I miss physical game copies. Me too. I was using Vegas Pro from Humble Bundle for a while, and I realized when you try and do anything longer than like 10 minutes, it starts crashing if you look at it too hard. So the funny thing, Articus, is I use Vegas. I have the Vegas 21. I've never had issues with it. So Vegas is the software that I've always been trained on. Even at university, when everyone was telling me to use the Final Cut, because you know that's the cool editing software, I was like, nope, I'm gonna use my software. Did you play Doom? Yeah, I played Doom at university. I played Z Doom back then. I didn't know better. I remember this is what Spider-Man will look like on Game Boy Color video that IGN made. To be fair, like the idea of making games and deconstructing them for like those consoles, it's very interesting, but ultimately, like it's also very time intensive. Yeah, so my big frustration with Vegas is that it'll just randomly crash. Like I'll be in the middle of an edit, I'll be in the middle of like a big edit, and it'll be like crash, and then I've got to hope that like it's auto saved it. So what I do now, I just hit Control S every like 5 seconds. But yeah, I use Vegas. I don't use Adobe because I find I'm not the biggest fan of using Adobe products. If I could find an alternate to Photoshop that was as good, I would do. I use all the video editors into my stuff. Yeah, no, that's fair. It's quite stable with Windows 7 compact mode. So I remember using this will give away my age a bit. I remember using Sony Vegas 7. That's like how old I am. Like. I'm gonna die here. Yep. Unfortunately, I got stuck on that lift there with the Lost Souls. I wouldn't mind that if they added AI features that were just in the little menu or something, but they always have to get super obnoxious and put AI everywhere. So I don't use the AI features in Vegas. I find they're not the best. You can achieve better by doing it yourself, I found. To be honest, like it's something funny. I've had 1 or 2 comments this week on my videos where people are like, "Oh, this is obviously an AI video," and I'm like, "Do you not understand how poor AI actually is at everything? Do you not understand that like AI can barely tie its own shoelaces unless you physically hold its hands together?" We'll take away the soul from one videos. No, well, and also like it's like AI videos just aren't that good. Like, I know that's like, I mean, maybe that's a controversial one, but can you remember a good AI video that you've seen? At best, they're basic, and at worst, they're kind of like they're just not, you know, fun. Cacodemons are red, not blue. Vegas used to be pirated a lot, but now DaVinci exists, so there's no reason to pirate Vegas. True. Vegas 9 was when I got into it. Obviously, a legit copy I paid hundreds of pounds for. Oh, definitely. And I still have the crack tune from the crack software saved on my music file because I still find it catchy. I find AI has some uses, but if you're really knowledgeable, I think it's mostly unhelpful. Yeah, and I also think, like, there's this weird misconception that AI can do everything, and it can't. It really can't. Like, one of the favourite ones for me is when someone says that I'm using AI scripts, and you know what's funny? If you could get AI to write a script that was actually decent, you know, you might actually be in luck. But the problem with AI scripts is they follow the exact same cadences every time. They don't know how to not, you know, they don't know how to not write in a certain way. So, and that's how people get found out with it, because it's like, writing isn't that hard. Just do it yourself. Damn it. Damn it. AI is used indeed. A lot of it I use actually, but not for artists or stuff where you actually want person, but not the AI. ChatGPT very rarely writes something good, and if I ever edit my writing, it's always made it more generic. Yeah, and it's what makes me laugh with some people in the comments on YouTube, because it's like, I don't think they understand like that AI can only do certain things really well, and those certain things aren't really catered right now to, you know, video editing or writing scripts. I especially hate that break the pencil morons. AI can, at best, only make something of its average quality because everything is aggregated. If you're legitimately good at writing, AI will only drag down the quality of it. Yep, just fucking learn how to do draw. It's not that hard. Apparently, AI can 3D print meat nowadays. Truly living in the cyberpunk dystopia already. I use it for work. It's a very specific, time-consuming thing, and I know how it works. Yeah, but that's the thing, Ryan. Like, in certain situations, it's helpful, but we're not at the point yet where, like, you know, you can make a decent video. Like, the most you can do with AI on YouTube at the minute is you can make a short that's like decent, and that short is usually very limited anyway. Because it's like, why would you want to have an AI write your scripts and everything? You can't. Isn't the whole point of YouTube to have like your own personalized video? I don't get it. I don't get it. A thumbnail right. Needs to be trained, lectured, not lectured, corrected, and restricted. A thumbnail right. So, interestingly, someone said that my thumbnail for the GoldenEye video I put up yesterday was AI generated. And I laughed because, like, in my head, I was like, you do know how long it took me to edit that 360 controller into Pierce Brosnan's annoyingly shaped hand. I was like, if I could have made it AI, then that would have probably made the whole process less like annoying. AI is 95% yes. I know, Ian. But it just made me laugh because it's one of those things where it's like, I'm convinced that some people say AI when they don't actually know what they mean. Well, but that's the thing though. Like for me, it was funny because like it looks dodgy. Because on all my GoldenEye videos, and okay, a bit of secret sauce here. On all my GoldenEye videos, I try to find Pierce Brosnan with the stupidest pause. And for GoldenEye, he did so many photos in the press tour where he's pulling stupid faces, or he's looking stupid, or in the movie he's just like vaguely looking a bit like, you know, dumb. And I love putting those in the thumbnails because it's like, these are just funny. Yeah, so like for me it's like, it's kind of a game when I'll tell you. The one I really want to use in one of the thumbnails, you know when he drops down from the toilet and in front of the guard, I really want to use that in a thumbnail. But the thing is, because there's a shadow behind him, it's really hard to sort of get him. But like I'm trying to work out a way to get that so I can use that in like a thumbnail. Because it looks so stupid, but it looks so funny as well. But yeah, no, because Pierce Brosnan, like, he has a very expressive face, and it's like, it's just funny to put his face like on the thumbnails. Because I think I remember with the ranking one, one of my friends saw it and they were like, why does Pierce Brosnan look drunk in your thumbnail? I said, well, that's from the press pack. He literally did that himself. I didn't do anything to his face. He did it to himself. No. But yeah, I don't think people, but going back to my point, AI is not the catch-all people seem to think it is. It's you can use it sometimes in very effective ways, but for some things it's just not there at all. It should be easy. Have you seen that meme with MR began? I'm an analyst. I don't have to use any AI test. It's horrible doing anything based on clean data. Exactly, Ryan. Exactly. Stuff. Yeah, that's the kind of magic, but even worse graphics. AI is the epitome of lazy, and it will never be good at its job. Well, the thing is, Bunny, it's not going to be good at its job because it's probably not going to get to the point where it can be good. Because I'm telling you now, once these lawsuits start going in from all these like movie rights holders and such, AI's done. AI's cooked. Because they've all trained their AIs on stolen content. They're all cooked. Any kind of content creation that has been trained off copyrighted material, it's gonna be done. It's done for. And it's beginning, and I read that Disney and apparently a few of the other studios, they're looking at taking some of these AI companies to, you know, to court to try and get it sorted out. A lot of people are after turning AI because it's a money pit and money companies are pushing it. Yep. And that's what I'm saying, yeah. Like, AI, everyone talks about AI at the minute like it's this big magic bullet. But I guarantee, as soon as the lawsuits start coming in, AI is gonna go, it's gonna go quiet. Because that's how it's gonna be. Because there's no way that these companies can afford to pay Disney and all these companies what they need. And these dead actors. So that's a bit different. That's a bit different because, like, James Earl Jones, his estate has signed an agreement to use his voice in an AI so that they can generate new lines, and that was a bit controversial. And with the one who played Tarkin, they used like a reconstruction of his face. Yes. Well, it does, Cade. Again, Cade, it's because AI is not good at what it does. AI is good to a very small point, and that's it. But it's all a bubble. It's all a bubble, and it's not really going to go anywhere, so, you know. I think James Earl Jones said he was okay with it. Just let me check that, because that's such a good thing. I'd rather not spread misinformation on that. I'll check on my... Just give me a second. Did James Earl Jones give permission to use his voice for AI? And the answer is yes. James Earl Jones gave permission for his voice to be used for AI recreations, specifically for the character of Darth Vader. He signed over the rights to his voice work to Lucasfilm in the months before his passing. This was done with the intention of keeping the iconic Darth Vader character alive. Okay, so there you go. Hey, Byfire, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Are you actually using the AI response? No, I read from like the third one down. No. I don't use... Do you know why I don't use the AI Google thing? Because it doesn't get it right. Because it literally will find the first source and it'll literally read from the first source. Google is stupid. Google is stupid because they're cannibalizing their entire business around AI. They're trying to push creators to use more AI stuff. They're trying to push creators to use more AI stuff, and it's like, I don't really want to use AI stuff, thanks. I'm okay, thanks. We go. Oh wow, my message got yeeted when I mentioned Firefox. Oh, DuckDuckGo. That's strange. I've not set it to stop talking. The only banned words I have are like the really bad ones. I don't want like the obvious bad ones. You know what sucks about Wolfenstein 3D on 360? Why is there no damn map? I always wander around. So I always found Wolfenstein 3D to be very tedious to play on 360 because there's no map. You would have thought they'd have put a map in to make it easier. But they did not. The Wolfenstein 3D on the Xbox 360, it is a good port, but there could have been more. They could have added way more in to make it kind of easier for players. G-Man is watching. Well, like I said, I've not set... The only words that I've banned are words that would either... I'll have to check, but I don't think I've banned Firefox. That'd be a very weird thing to ban, because I use Firefox. Because I use Firefox myself. Did you ban Engineer? No, I've not banned Engineer. I used to use Google Chrome, but after Google kind of started smacking down on ad blocker, you know, I kind of lost interest in that. By the way, I'm one of these people. I genuinely do not mind if you use ad blocker. I do not mind at all. I use ad blocker because, you know, some websites go ridiculous with it. Chrome does suck ass now. Like I said, I used to use it, and then I moved off it after the whole ad block fiasco. NFTs were a weird tech meme, but the blockchain failed to deliver on anything as expected. Yep, and AI will probably end up in the same bucket. It'll probably have uses in some situations, but it's probably not going to be like the world-changing thing everyone wants it to be. No YouTube exit. Love it. Adblock rejects all cookies automatically. Hey Yoshi Chief, welcome. How you doing? Chrome uses too much RAM. It's so nuts. As a video editor, I was trying to get Premiere to move quickly and found it using 20 gigabytes. Jeez. So I use Google. Don't get me wrong. I use Google Drive to write my scripts. So because I don't want to pay for Word, because you know, the life of a YouTuber. I use Adblocker, but I do make... Oh, thank you, Cade, for the £5. That's so lovely of you. Thank you. But yeah, I genuinely don't mind if people use Adblocker on my videos. It's because at the end of the day, like, you know, I use it. It'd be hypocritical of me to say, no, you should not use it. And I'll be honest with you, some of YouTube's ads are ridiculous, but shh, be quiet. Because if YouTube hears me talking about that, they might cut the stream. Anyway... Google, YouTube, amazing. Overlords, keep... I'm joking. All good here. Shall I order food for us? Yeah, go on, Yoshi, that's fine. Metaverse was a really fun tech meme. Remember the stuff? I remember Metaverse. I remember like how everyone thought that was going to be the next big fucking thing, and then it just died on its ass. Yeah, I won't grow your beard, but you can say, here's what you can do with it. I use Google services too, but Brave browser proved to be better. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, like I said... Ooh, we just made it back. Excellent. Doing this means that we don't have to take the long way to come back. Ads may fuck all creators. Yep, Streamline to take 0% of the money. I think AI has uses for several areas, but the problem is it's so expensive. Metaverse died because Roblox is better. So I know this opens up the center here, which is full of you guys. But yeah, my feeling on AI is that once the lawsuits start dropping, a lot of these AI companies that are springing up, they're gonna scream so like loudly and disappear, because none of them will be able to afford what Disney wants for that content they've been stealing. Because can you imagine if they had to pay for every person who's generated like a Simpsons meme or something like that? Like, honey, you haven't got the money for that. You have not got the money. And that's what it's going to come down to, because everything that's been created like by AI is stolen. But the problem is that it's so expensive, and that's why you're hearing way more pushing. They need everyone to pay for it. Yes. AI does a poor job of not spewing its training data. Yep. Not just from the lawsuits, it's the data centers these costs, and when companies understand that won't be... Well, yeah, because aren't some companies looking at like firing up old nuclear reactors to pay for, to like run some of these things? It's like, what the hell are we doing? Yeah, it's like, what are we doing? I saw someone say as well, I hope AI gets utterly ravaged by lawsuits. I never thought I'd find myself signing with companies. Yeah, but the thing is, like, the corporations like Disney, evil as they are, they have a right to protect their kind of, like, assets. And I'm sorry, but for me, generative AI that kind of, you know, steals like that, it's just not good. And yeah, I've used it in the past as well, but I don't anymore, because, and when I say I used it in the past, I've used it on like posts on the channel. Like, that was when I didn't know better. Quite frankly, that's when I didn't know better. But I don't like using generative AI anymore. Because once you understand what it is, it's kind of like, well, I don't really want to support this. Plus, like, I'm thinking, have I ever actually seen an AI video that's made me go, wow, this is the future? I used to use AI every day, and yeah, it's bad then, it's even worse now. Yeah, I think once the novelty wore off, like, once you understood what you were actually supporting, it just kind of became like, I don't want to support this. And also, like, I remember I read somewhere that Grok, apparently the data centers for that are in like some like underprivileged neighborhoods, and apparently those underprivileged neighborhoods are being like poisoned. And it's like, what are we doing? What exactly are we doing with our lives? I never really liked it. So I originally I was like, you know what, maybe this can be useful. But then, like, I prefer supporting artists now. Like the character that I have, the best AI videos are the ones where there's compilation of the bizarre failures. Those are actually interesting and hilarious, but absolutely not worth grain. There's way too many invulnerabilities, by the way, in this room. There's so many invulnerabilities in this room, it literally kills the challenge of this room. Stone dead. Have you ever watched Adventure Time? I have not, although my housemates have, and they constantly tell me I should watch it. I do have it on my hard drive, so, you know, maybe one day. Rather than I expected, but we're fine. We made it. From a purely aesthetic point of view, I like the 2-in-1 when the images were always those nightmarish strafings, never realistic. Yeah. Did every popular show pass you by? No. So it's just like there was a period where, like, in the late 2000s, early 2010s, I just didn't really watch TV. Like, so there's a lot of TV shows. If it started around that time, I wasn't paying attention to it. That's the simple answer. Good thing you said that, Megsphere. Yeah, that's why I saved it, because I was kind of like, I was hoping that would play out. We're gonna go, we're not waiting. What even is Blackstone? I don't really watch TV anymore. The last show the shows was Dirty Jobs, and that ended 2016. Yeah, I mean, I like watching TV now. I'm back into it, but like there was a period in my life where like I just didn't watch TV shows or movies. Where when Doom hit, it's definitely an improvement on Wolf 3D. Save here. I bought the Apogee Flashback bundle with 2 Blakestone games. I've never heard of Blakestone, to be honest, but like, I mean, if it's interesting, I'll have a look at it. Like, that's the thing, when people say to me in the chat here, oh, this is a good game, you should look at it, I will, after the stream, actually go and look at the game, and if it tickles my fancy, I'll be like, oh, you know, I'll give this a shot. I won't promise about making games for it, because that, videos for it, because like, that's, I don't know if it'll fit the channel, but you know, I can at least look at it. I'm always happy to kind of see new things and be sort of taught things. Because I know Yoshi Chief, for example, Yoshi Chief loves Resident Evil, and I'd love to do a Resident Evil video on the channel, but I also don't know anything about Resident Evil, so it's kind of like, The Wolfenstein game I've played was a Cast Return. I would say give 3D a shout. If you've not tried it, Resident Evil is awesome. So I've played Resident Evil games, but I don't really know much about the series. These are the best team match, and you should have been forced. Yeah, no, so my opinion is this should have been the final level, to be honest. That's my opinion. This should have been the final level. If they couldn't come up with something better than the Icon of Sin, they should have just had you fight the Cyber Demon at the end. I just sim for Leon. I mean, who doesn't? I mean, but yeah, I with the new Resident Evil game coming out next year, I might look at doing some Resident Evil videos, because I think they'd fit the vibe of the channel. I know, because the thing is, with the way my channel works, the way that I want it to work is I'm never just doing one game. I'm always moving between different video games. And I think that's best, because I think if I just did nothing but Doom videos, everyone would get bored of my Doom videos. But if I move around and do Duke Nukem, and then eventually Blood and Heretic and all these games, it's, you know, I think that just makes things a bit more fun on the channel, because it's like you never quite know what you're going to get. Resident Evil's a remake of Awesome and Faithful. Everyone's gay for Leon. You know what the funny thing is? From what you've said there, I can't disagree, because I assume that him and Chris, I think, is it Chris Redfield, the one who punches the boulder? I know about that. I know about the boulder punch at the end of Resident Evil 5. God, I played that game more than enough to know about the boulder punch. Yeah, Resident Evil is one of those series that I have an admiration for, even if I don't really know much about it. I mean, since you mentioned the furries are having a good time because they've got the Zootopia 2 finally. So that's cool. When life gives you boulders, in volcanoes, you punch them out. If I was to play them, I'd probably play them all. I wouldn't just play like the old or new ones. I'd specifically go out of my way to play like all of them. Probably in order. Well, that's not me promising I'll do Resident Evil videos, but it is me kind of saying I might look into it. Because Yoshi Chief, like I said, Yoshi Chief knows way more about Resident Evil than I do. So if I was gonna do, oh, did I? Wait, did? Okay, good. So if I was going to do any Resident Evil videos, I would employ the expert advice. He can help you then. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I can call on experts for that. When life gives you boulders, make life boulders break. Get mad. Get your engineers. Resident Evil 1 was Redirect XE, specifically had video sound card before you can play. I mean, I probably just play the PlayStation 1 versions, like, because I have Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3, and I have that weird Survive game in my PS1 collection, so I should be okay to. So I know about Revelations because I remember that came out, was it on 3DS? Was it Revelations that came out on 3DS? I think Revelations 2 came out like chapter by chapter, didn't it? If I remember rightly. Oh, he looks best on Saturn. See, that's something really cool I could do on the channel as well. I could look at this. I could look at the Saturn version of it, which, you know, I'm pretty sure like 3 people have played. The Doomslayer is watching you. He is. I hope he's watching down on me and protecting me from the lava, because I really don't want to fall in the lava here. No, I fell in. Oh no, he wasn't protecting me. It was a lie. You jinxed yourself. I know. I got Resident Evil Saturn version of I1. I really want a Sega Saturn. Like, if I could buy a console right now, it would be the Sega Saturn. I really want one, but unfortunately, I'm not in a position currently to spend that much money on a console. Not yet. If the channel grows and, like, you know, I'm able to treat myself from it, I will buy a Sega Saturn so I can make videos of Sega Saturn games on real hardware. That's the dream at the minute. Because I've never owned a Sega Saturn and I'm forever fascinated by it. It's a fascinating console it's got so many interesting ports. Like, I've never played Tomb Raider on Sega Saturn. That's something I want to do. Got a tip for someone who still has one. Go on, give me a tip. There's a unique port of the game. Yes, there is. That weird one with the touchscreen controls. I've seen that. I got it. Trust me. So many cool games no one talks about. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I really want to own one, because I think the Saturn's just such a cool little console. I know it was very like poorly conceived and handled and all that, but you know, you play games like Micro SD, I think. Yeah, so I imagine there's an EverDrive kind of thing out there for it. So we've made it to the final level here, the Icon of Sin. I hope you're enjoying this rendition of this music. I know some of you aren't big fans of it. Saturn actually has a really good Quake port, but right. So I've seen the Saturn port of Quake. Again, it's another one I really want to play because it's so unique. Likewise, I really want to play Duke Nukem on real hardware on Saturn. I mean, obviously emulator's fine for what, you know, I do on the channel, but I'd love to be able to say like I've played it on actual Saturn hardware. Hey bro, don't mind me, I'm just passing by, but did any of you happen to see a person named Young Walls? If not, I'll be on my way. I have no idea. So what's doing me in here is that annoying Arachnotron on the top floor. You're really good at timing those rockets. You say that, and then I mess it up on when it really matters. But then again, I have got an Arachnotron and a Cacodemon fighting for my attention here. No! Oh, so close. Nice. And that is Doom 2 on the Xbox 360. With 2,200% kills. So, yay, thanks, Bill. I'll continue my search then. Farewell. Sandy's more of a role playing game than what a terrible boss. Saturn also available on PC, you can get improved sound. Yeah, definitely. GG. So yeah, so we've completed Doom 1 and we've done the Doom 2 portion of this on stream. Now, listen to that music. Got time for No Rest for the Living. So what I'm going to do, I think, I'm going to do No Rest for the Living next week. And what I'll also do as a special bonus, I think, I'm going to do PS3 TNT because I want you all to hear the music in that version. I want you to hear how bad the music is in that version. You think that this is bad? You think this version that we played today was bad? Trust me, the PS3 version of TNT has the worst interpretation of the music. Congratulations on the beats game. Thank you, Maxim. Thanks, Osh. Wait, the BFG on the BFG edition? No, so I'm going to be playing the final Doom version off the PS3 version of the game. No Rest for the Living is so good. No Rest for the Living is my favorite piece of official Doom content. So yeah, I agree with you there, Wookie. I like the PS3. Oh, really, Cade? Okay, well, what we'll do then, we'll go through and we'll have a hearty discussion as we're playing through each of the levels. Some of it's okay, but some of it's bad. Some of it's really bad. I don't even know that version. Yeah, that's why I want to do it on stream, because I think it'll be really, really fun to do on stream, because a lot of people, like myself, I've not really got much experience with it, so it'll be really fun to kind of play it on stream and show it off. Yes, it was on PSN, right? No, Andre, this is the full... So basically, they released Doom 1 and Doom 2 onto Xbox 360, and then in 2012 they released the collection, which include onto PlayStation 3, which included Final Doom, but it never made its way back to the Xbox 360, so you can't play Final Doom on Xbox 360, even though there's a version of it that probably would have worked very well. Are you a bad guy? No, I don't think I'm a bad guy. I'm not a good guy, but I'm not a bad guy. I don't think anyone's truly good. Will PS3 or will you get hardware? So I will do my best to get it working on my PS3 Osh, but if I can't, emulation, it's fully compatible anyway, so it's not that big a deal. Yeah, I love comparing ports. Okay, I always play. Yeah, no, so I just thought to explain that to you. But yeah, thank you to everyone who's hung out in the stream today. It's been a real blast. So the next time I'll be streaming will be on Wednesday. It'll be a retro roulette day, probably. And then next Saturday, we'll do No Rest for the Living, and then we'll probably do PS3 Doom for as much of the stream as we can get away with. So, yeah, no, thank you so much. Leave like a goddamn. But yeah, if you look here, you can go straight into No Rest for the Living. So it's not like, you know. Also, someone in the video for this said that this had the same music as Doom 2's levels, and it's like, it really doesn't. It's got like, it uses different music tracks from across the Doom 1 and Doom 2 soundtrack, so I was confused by that. Girls Good Gaming still have a Wii, PS3, and N64. Yeah, no, and I love all those consoles. N64 is probably my favorite from the ones you listed there. Looks like Megastar Edition menu. But yeah, what I'm going to do, I'm going to leave it there for today. So thank you so much for hanging out. It's been a real blast, and I will catch you on Wednesday.